Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a new week. Today is August the 11th, 2025. A bright Monday here in the south part of Florida. We are doing very well. Hopefully, the weather is as great as it is in your part of the world. Beautiful weather. Obviously, we enjoy beautiful weather here in Florida. We are hoping the same for you. It is around 75 degrees today and raining on and off. Beautiful weather. Hopefully your week is going as well or started on a great note. First of all, let me get this out of the way. Share this show and go to our website or go to our Facebook page and subscribe to the closing argument. Hopefully, if we have enough people subscribing, someday it may be monetized so we can take care of our employees on the ground and keep the lights on. Share this show. Send in your comments. When you send in your comments, please tell us where you are tuning in from so we can send a shout out to wherever you are. Thank you very much for tuning in. We love to hear from our listeners. Whether you are watching on Facebook, on YouTube, on the radio, we say welcome to a new week. Today is the 11th of August. Hopefully the weather has been good to you in Liberia. We heard it has been raining heavily around the country. We are going to go through some of the headlines through the newspapers in Liberia. Obviously, we usually use the top 3 or 4, the Daily Observer, Front Page Africa, the Liberia Investigator, and sometimes the Analysts. We usually deal with those newspapers whose online pages are updated regularly. Mr. Stephen Kier, we do read the comments. Try me today. I'm reading your comment now. So if you have anything else to say, if you have a breaking news, let us know, and we will definitely make comment on it. No problem at all. Today in Liberia, we have several headlines. Some are very disturbing, but we got 2 good ones. Right off the bat, on the front page of the Liberian Observer, Daily Observer, it says, a surge in sexual violence, serious crimes, and road accidents. A surge in sexual violence against our daughters, our wives, our babies. Let me welcome Mr. Masare. How you doing there, Samson?
No problem, Mr. Gayman. How are you?
Great. We are going, before I go to the headlines, anything that trending, anything that you wrote, anything that somebody wrote that you want to talk about before we go into the headlines from the papers?
So for now, I'm yet to enter the studio because at Kia Radio, the show is supposed to be here on Kia Radio, beginning today. So I'm currently at Kia Radio.
Excellent. Thank you for reminding me. We are joined today. This is the inaugural day at Kia Radio. So all
Yeah,
those
so
in Radio Land, we want to say welcome. And Mr. Mansare, thank you very much for reminding us what's going on at Care Radio.
following our show will start at here at 10 o'clock on the start. Watch
Okay.
it every day at 9 o'clock. But I'm currently also awaiting the show to because there's another program currently on board for the Tomalin. So I'm probably processing a lot of it, waiting for the show for the particular show to over so I can enter in the studio.
Thank you very much. And if you are in Radio Land today, our inaugural launching of our radio broadcast with the great organizations and leaders and managers of Care Radio. Welcome on board. And as you said, we got a few more minutes, maybe an hour to go. And then we will be joined by the folks at Care Radio. Let me welcome Mr. Myean. Tobin, how you doing, young man?
I'm doing good, Mr. Gayman, and how you doing? How's the family, Mr. George and Dave Sansi Mosue? How you guys doing?
Great.
For my
Okay,
end, I'm good. For my end, I'm
okay,
good.
that's good.
Excellent. Everything is good here. I'm in South Florida. Yesterday, my Miami Dolphins played, even though it's preseason. It's my first time seeing it was a draw, 24-24, Miami Dolphins. During the regular season, you won't have a draw. But let me welcome the chief himself, Chief Tomalin Josh. How you doing, Chief?
Oh, it's great to be here, Mr. Gayman and Samson and Myean. All our viewers from around the world, want to say thank you again for coming. And why it's good to be here. I'm personally saddened as I'm sitting here today because of the laws of the Minister of State, who many do not know, but he and I had a very good relationship. Someone who we talk regularly. In fact, a few weeks ago, he talked from his sick bed. He sent me a message that he wasn't doing well and that we're keeping our thoughts and prayers. Minister Grisby, but his passing is a blow to this country. Many people don't know, but he's a career diplomat of many years. He served in many capacities at many missions abroad. He serves in the government of President Doe, President Doe, President Taylor, interim President Sawyer, Madam Salif, and President Boyka. And his passing is indeed a lot. And I plan to use this occasion today I just love the statement written by President Boyka. He put a very, very, very touching statement on his passing. And I'm told that speaking of one of the president's aide today, he did not even work today. He was at home, and someone he called him his comrade of 60 years. You know him as a grace for more than 60 years, from the days from CWA to this present. And that's someone who, if you're in that position, to make somebody your chief of staff is not an easy thing, though. It must be somebody that you know personally, who knows you well, who you can trust, a trusted confidant, because that person will cover cross the T's and dot the I's for you, and will always be that person in your ear for the last time, even if you go to bed, get up in the morning. If you're taking a major decision, that person will be someone that you want to consult. That's why I'm told that Ambassador Grace Davis have hit hard because the president was really looking forward to him returning home, continue his work. But please permit me to read the president's statement on his passing. He said, "I received the news of the passing of my chief of staff, Minister Sylvester Grisby, with immense sadness and shock. I have lost a confidant, a loyal friend, and a dedicated servant. His passing leaves a huge void in my office and in the hearts of those of us who had the privilege of working alongside him. Sylvester was a man of firm principles, clear vision, and unwavering dedication to public service. He was a friend and a brother of many decades. Today, as a nation, we honor his memory We remember his dedication, courage, humanity, and the balance he provided in difficult times. Rest well, Greg. That was a statement issued by President Boyka on Saturday, immediately after he learned of his passing of his closest confidant, his chief of staff, Ambassador Sylvester Pewee. Whoever the president traveled, he always he left him in charge to chair the affairs of the cabinet. And later on, I will tell you guys how I got close to Mr. Pewee, especially during this presidency of this tenure of this government, from the same platform. But I will share with you guys later on as I give other people a chance to share the light on him a little bit. But indeed, Liberia has lost a consummate Democrat, a diplomat, and a statesman of impeccable credentials, Ambassador Sylvester Pewee. But besides that, the weekend was not bad. We attended the Basel High, Mr. Gayman alma mater. We attended the Basel High School reunion. And they treated us well there. In fact, the Basel treated us very well, and the Basel people there, you know, my people, so they are very okay. The Front Page Africa was there, and that's why they play from Page Africa.
In Philadelphia, the Basel High School Alumni Association USA gathered for its annual convention, a homecoming of hearts and purpose. The event celebrated the legacy of a school that shaped generations. Alumnus Emmanuel Nuku Reeves, a 1971 salutatorian, donated $20,000 to his alma mater.
Today, for our love and continued support, my wife, Serena B. Reeves, and I will give a cashier's check for $20,000.
With nearly $46,000 raised, the funds will drive meaningful interventions from scholarships to campus improvements and digital learning initiatives. What we owe Basel High, he says, is not just pride in her past, but faith in her future, a future the alumni are determined to build together. Basel High School, once a symbol of hope in Grand Bassa County, is now receiving renewed support from its global alumni network, with the determination to provide quality education for the current generation of students. Gerald Koyne, Front Page Africa.
Wow. So give me your school got a facelift. Your school got a facelift to make $46,000 and the Queen contest. The real money. It's not pledges.
That's right.
We have cash, real cash.
No, we don't pledge, man. We're Basel High School.
You guys
we don't pledge.
You got doctors, you got engineers, you got people from different career distinctions, you know, and they gave to the school, the alma mater. And most people don't understand though. That's the reason why some of us we attend all these things because if you're into politics, it will come back to play for you, the role you play. Because if you're having a fundraiser one of these days, you call your fellow Basel High School people, they'll come to support you. That's why it's good to attend these things. Some people in America, they want work, and they don't attend nothing. The community organization, their school, they graduated from, they attended. They don't want to take nothing. That's why when something happen to them, you go to the program, you see a few people there. You know, I'll tell you the story. There's a family I know. The family, they live in one state. I won't call the state where the person will know I'm talking about that. They won't stay for I think more than 30 years, and they lost a relative. You think that place will be so packed, but it wasn't. They had a program at the funeral home. I said, oh, what did the years just stay here? Because we know the problem. They didn't associate or feel with anyone. As a result, nobody will attend you, will put hands around you. That's why it's important you stay in touch with your community, your school you attended, you stay in touch with them. Attend these things is very good because God has blessed you to come on this end. Your people, your friends back home need the support. Once you start attending and contributing, you go there and they go and get back home. They will always honor you because you didn't forget about them. But some people just want to, no, it's not about you going places though. It's not going places. It's about networking and making your own contact. So tomorrow, when something happen to you, they put their hands around you. You know, that's why it's important. But Basel High, I give a house to them. The Basel and the Basel High Luminous, they show up. We had this guy there. He'll be on our show probably this week. For a few minutes. D12. What his name? Yes, the guy D12.
Yeah, the performer.
He performed, man. He shut that place down, man. He had that place shut down. Kid is very good. And the Basel High people showed up. They came from all over America, from the various states. They show up there and they had election. The president re-elected. This guy, they keep on electing this guy because he's doing a good job. He re-elected. The officers, most of them are re-elected, and they are moving forward. So I enjoy the program, and I want to say hats off to the Basel High Alumni Association in Americas for a great program.
Yes, we want to say thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Reed, Nuku Reeves. They have been a great friend of the school. They donate handsomely every time, very generous. But everybody else there also do give. Like I always said, if you didn't go, you are obligated to still sending your conference sitting fees and all of that. And that organization has over $150,000 in savings. That's a lot of money in this country for an organization to have that kind of money in its savings account. That tells you great stewardship of what they do, those who are in charge, how closely knit we are, and how well we think about our school. One of the oldest schools in the country, 1905.
Wow.
Yes. A school was called Hazard Academy, established for boys, all boys academy, and to train leaders of the country into law, diplomacy. So if you hear that the Basel people, they own Arthur Grant Law School, that was true. Everybody that graduated from that school went to Arthur Grant Law School, went into diplomacy, all of those things. So the school have been around for a long time, and they have produced some great men. I know recently everybody talked about Councilor Bromsky and all of that, but all of those great men came from that institution. So yeah, kudos to Basel High School. But yes, we have to pay tribute to the Honorable Grisby.
Mr. Gayman, I'm sorry. Before we go, let me say something. I'm sure you know the people I'm talking about to talk about. Two of your instructors, they were Peace Corps volunteers.
Yes.
I forgot their names, but they were there. And these are people. Yeah, I forgot the names. Maybe Pewee or people will remember the name. But the white man and his lady were there, man. And they said, and one of the lady told me that she taught them. They taught them in Basel High School in the 70s. Yeah, and they were there. And these are people who taught most of the students that they taught were there.
Yeah,
and I was so proud of them. And they went in Liberia as Peace Corps volunteers back in the days, and they taught these people, man. And they were present at the place. I was proud of them to see them still in touch with Basel High School, and they were there to come and support their school. But do you know them? I mean, I forgot it. I mean, maybe.
Well, I know we had several of them. When I was there was another young man that was teaching us chemistry. He was Mike Hasek. I don't know whether that was him.
I think maybe.
He came from Ohio.
I'm sure when they kind of no, but the people I think they said they're in New York. They're from New York, eh?
Oh, okay. Well, people move around. They're from New York, but yes, we have great teachers from the Peace Corps segment. Then we have a lot of great teachers from Fruit Bay College in Sierra Leone, and we have some from the University of Accra. So we have some great folks.
Excuse me, Myean, please send me the link again, Myean, because I think the link is kind of proper. Give me the link again, I beg you, please.
I sent it to Mr. Pewee if he's the one you want to send it. I already sent it to you.
I won't put it in the other chat room because apparently they don't have it there. You send them.
Okay, please check. Yeah, check your WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp.
Okay.
So I mean, when you talk about quality education, when you talk about classic education, some of us were privy to have folks who were experts in those areas. Today, when you hear or when you see, university graduates, college graduates in Liberia can barely speak, can barely write. It makes you wonder. Because, I mean, when during our days in school, I guess part of your schooling days, when they were teaching ethics, they were teaching logic, they were teaching all of those things. Some of the universities don't even teach those courses anymore because the instructors are not available. People are not schooled in those areas. Like the University of Liberia president said, how is it possible that a man with a bachelor's degree is teaching another man with a pursuing a bachelor's degree? How is that possible? But that's why we have. But anyway, let me read a little bit about the Honorable Grace Bay here. The editorial today in the Liberian Investigator. It says Grace Bay was born 1948. Grace Bay entered public service in the late 70s, becoming a fixture in Liberia Diplomatic Corps. He served during the interim government of national unity under President Abel C. Sawyer, and later held senior roles at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including Deputy Minister for International Cooperation and Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. He was appointed Minister of Foreign Affairs during President Ellen Johnson's administration and represented Liberia abroad as ambassador to Belgium and the Benelux countries, where he strengthened ties with European partners and advanced post-war reconstruction efforts. Grace Bay twice held the influential post of Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, first under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and again under Boyka, who served as vice president during Ellen Johnson's tenure. In the current Boyka-led administration, he was the most senior cabinet minister, widely regarded as the current Boyka-led administration as the president's most trusted advisor and an all-wise hand in Liberian political governance. He was also known as a gifted speechwriter and strategist, according to senior executive management staff who worked closely with him until his sudden passing. Grace Bay played a pivotal role in shaping.
Yeah, I'm out of phone.
Hey, thank you for muting. Grace Bay played a pivotal role in shaping the Boyka administration arrest agenda, focusing on agriculture, road, the rule of law, education, sanitation, and tourism, and was credited with helping the administration establish the War and Economic Crime Court within just over 100 days of Boyka's inauguration, January 22nd, 2024. To many, Grace Bay was an exemplary leader who valued honesty, humility, and results. His work habits included meticulous tidiness, punctuality, and staying late at the office to ensure daily objectives were met. Despite the toxicity of Liberian politics, Grace Bay was never seen or heard publicly attacking his opponents. He avoided responding to critics, referring to diplomacy and quiet persuasion. Grace Bay and Boyka were friends for more than 60 years, having both attended the College of West Africa, CWA, on Snapper Hill, Broad Street, the same school that gave President Sirleaf her academic foundation. So this is the man that we are talking about, Honorable Grace Bay, whose work in government spanned several years, several administrations, several presidents, several ministries, and suddenly he has gone on to take his rest. So we pay tribute to him for a work well done. As we always said in ethics, no matter what, we never speak ill of anyone. There are events that bring us together, usually death, wedding, and the birth of a child. Those days we put our differences aside and rejoice or sympathize. So today, we are not here to bury Honorable Grisby. We are here to praise him. So let me welcome Honorable Pewee, the Dean of the Cabinet. How you doing, Chief?
Yeah, but someone meet me. Why are you meet me now? I'm good. I'm good.
I beg you, Mr. Gayman, we're talking about the teachers. Somebody just mentioned Solomon Bagari. He said it's true. Where it came from New York. Yeah, I knew. They were Mr. Nagbe, and I think people saw them. And they were folks. I think were Pisco volunteers in Liberia back in the years, and most of the students they taught about Basa were there. Some of them, imagine, people were in Liberia more than 60 years ago plus, and they show at the reunion. That was something good. Shout out to Mr. Solomon Reese for recognizing, for helping me on this issue. But I didn't know, I don't know the name of the people. I forgot the name, but at least you highlighted. But go ahead, Pewee. And Pewee, why are you talking? I want to ask you to, why are you talking? Tell us, what is the significance of the American ambassador issuing a statement to on his passing? They don't usually do it. What is the significance of it?
Yes, I will get to that in the JV. But Mr. Gayman, I'm very disappointed. It's because of people like you. We talk about the Basel, how you started setting narrative the last time, emphasizing on trying to historicize different schools. The schools said we should come up with a debate. We the monkeys, kingdom. We're very proud of. I'm proud to be one of the very proud monkeys. Yes, but you said this about Basel High and other schools, but you were conspicuously absent. and this is, and after you inform us that you will have been there for the entire event and the rest of that, the meet and greet. You even spoke of the meet and greet. You spoke of this, you spoke of that. But I was waiting to see you up to maybe 10 seconds to the end of the program. I said, Gayman going to show face here, but you didn't do that, unfortunately. But again, I just thought to embrace my own disappointment for you not coming, not in you entirely, but for you not showing face to the program. But I want to say to you that there was a very good program. I didn't know that this Basel High School Association of Alumni Association here, they are so passionate about their alma mater and other thing. And I was moved to listen to a speech from I think it's the president emeritus, former president before, but his speech was so powerful. He sent a powerful message to the group and the rest of that. But we'll get to that later on in the show. But I thought to rest of my disappointment by not seeing you, Mr. Gayman, that amplify and emphasize the intent of this show. And you couldn't take a 1 hour. You couldn't take a 1 hour, 10-minute flight from wherever you are in Florida. I'm disappointed.
You see, and I'm glad you say I did my part. I did more than most people did. We sold the show. We told you who we were, but I think maybe you didn't go. You were not into the web. You were not into the chat room. But just before.
Yeah, I'm not member. I won't be in the chat room, but I'm just an affiliate member.
I'm talking about TCA.
No, I mean TCA chat room.
Yeah, but you should have seen that there was an emergency with my twin girls, and I had to go to Tallahassee immediately.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Yeah, my bad. Then if it's relative to family issue, then I will withdraw my disappointment.
Yeah, no, but that's fine. Yes, but the girl had some issue with housing. They wanted to split up the twins, and we were not allowed them to split them up. They had to be roommates, so we had to take care of that. And that's what happened. But yes, I told you about the institution. We are very passionate. We do very well for what we do. We gave passionately to our institution. We generally gave to our institution. We gave and we gave and we gave. Hopefully, other institutions can do the same. Honorable Reese donated $20,000 from him and his wife, and that was great. And other people donated, and total we collected about $46,000. No pledges, just cash.
Yeah.
And that's why we do. But that was. Let me welcome Honorable Nagbe. Nagbe, how you
Yeah,
doing,
let me take that. Too many hours of caution. Let me just end. Then Mr. Nagbe gonna come in. But
Yes.
yeah, we follow all of those. But again, for me, on the part of Mr. Rio was not the money. It was the speech that he delivered. That was my takeaway. And I very something. I think he tried to challenge all of you and all of us to remember our various alma mater and the rest of that. That was an extraordinary speech that was presented in a more powerful and powerful way. But let me get back to the late Minister of State. Somebody asked a very your question. Maybe we'll go into it in detail later on. And they released first the statement from the President of the Republic of Liberia. That was a very touching statement. He was describing as a trusted friend and brother and a comrade. So he lost a very strong partner and a pillow toward his governance process moving on. But Mr. Sylvester Grisby, he and I share one thing in common, is that we got the same first name, and that is good, and I respected him for that. He was a very respected statesman, and ever since I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the first time I interacted with him, he have returned from the United States, and he came in to get certain things done. And it was to be done through my office. So he came, and when he came immediately, he opened the door, and I saw, in diplomacy, you have to respond in that way. And he told me, "Say, you just came in that place. You learning diplomacy too fast." Because the way I didn't wait. I didn't extend a handshake to him. I have to wait to receive it before I budge, and so he was a accomplished diplomat. In terms of diplomacy, he understood all of the necessary things that a diplomat would require to perform his or her responsibility. He understood the tactics. He knew the room. He would do an assessment of how things. He would read a signal from distance and the rest of that. So all those things. But one of the major reasons, Timothy, the United States government, through the embassy near our capital, came up with this statement is that, America pay key attention to diplomacy. And one thing we have to collectively understand, they remember their true friends. On a serious note, no matter what is unfolding currently, they do pay attention to those things. He played a very pivotal role in terms of enhancing America-Liberia relationship. Beyond that, he championed true cause. And that's why in that release, they refer to it as an international statement. They didn't say it's a national statement alone. International statement. His major role he played across the globe in enhancing international diplomacy, international peace, and all of these things brought the recognition. He came, so they knew that he's a man of an impeccable character. Now, apart from him being an accomplished and a career diplomat, they referred to him because most of the role he played, he didn't scheme. He did what he could do in an open way of in diplomacy, right? So he didn't rob them of any opportunity, or he didn't push himself to only amplify his own repetition and the rest of that. So this country really, that's why certain time people were saying, "Oh, there was sanction. America can't sanction her very good friend like Mr." No, he was far from that. So he was one of those very reasonable, level-headed individual that operated in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When he held a position as Deputy Minister for International Cooperation and Economic Integration, he played a major role in showing that Liberia is integrated, not only via economic diplomacy, but via some partnership development. He played, and his mark left there. And as one of the first Deputy Minister of International Cooperation and Economic Integration, he played a major role also with partner of the U.S. and other major countries like the Japanese fund that started coming to Liberia, to all those things that came towards today having the Japan Freeway. It was through that office, the International Cooperation and Economic Integration Office, that he played a role. He played a role as Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, the principal deputy also. He played it very well, and he was appointed not Minister of Foreign Affairs, but acting Minister of Foreign Affairs by Madam Salif. He was not Minister proper, but acting Minister. Then he took the position of Minister of State twice, both Madam Salif and the current President Joseph Yuma Boakai. So, I mean, he's one person, and, I listen to folks trying to politicize his demise. I felt very terrible about that. People politicizing, but again, you won't even hold these people that were trying to get involved into politicizing his demise because they felt that the past regime, guys that are surrogates today, did the same to them. They irrationally, notoriously, some way of what I want to say, non-political guardians way of just attacking people. So they're trying to pay back by doing that. But no, Mr. Gillespie was a very powerful statesman. Now, be one person I will project and move forward here that we should not politicize his demise. He was a very powerful statesman, and we should remember him as per his service, a career diplomat, a consummate civil servant, a realistic and professional public interaction servant, and the rest of that. So we ought to remember him for the role he played in the country, the way he projected the interest of the country. He catapulted Liberia at the level in diplomacy at a very strong and respectable level. And it's due to that manifestation that today the U.S. government, through the embassy, came up with a special statement referring to him as an international statement, and the president referring to him as a true friend and a very powerful comrade. So we have to remember these things that are coming up from realistic people who should leave the politics aside of it. This was a very respected man. He came to take a job, and then he got sick. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through the process, but we have to remember him as a realistic man. And he's one of those persons that will be really remembered. And I'm waiting to see the official gazette coming out of the Liberian government. I can imagine what the Gazette going to read out. I can imagine that, right? But I mean, he had a very successful life from 48 to now. Though he didn't live, he would have been 85 or so more, but 84 and 74 years old. But I think it was a well-lived, very well, a rounded career statement that's going to be remembered by every Liberian. Even incoming diplomat is going to remember him. They're going to see his legacy. The legacy he built will never be forgotten, and his memories will be a blessing to us.
Thank you, Honorable Nagbe. We are here. We will have time after the burial of a great man to criticize, to compare and contrast. But while we are now mourning, we usually speak great things. We speak well, because we will have time to criticize, but at this time of mourning, we have to do the honorable thing and rely on the good this man has done. From what I read, the president's statement, from what I just read from 1948, this man was born, so he was 77 years old. He has worked in government through several administrations, several presidents. And the paper said that he's a man who loved to work from behind the scene. It's not all about him. He doesn't respond to critics. Everything is done behind the scenes. So he was an ultimate diplomat. Your take?
Yeah, I didn't know Greg, and he would tell you to call him Greg. He was just the stand-up guy, pure class. I got to know him through in the circles of Gabriel Bacchus Matthews. He's been with the foreign ministry and ambassadorial level, superintendent of Sino County and others. So I interacted with him on a couple of occasions. Very, very affable gentleman. And like Sylvester said, the consummate diplomat. And don't take it from me, and take it from my friend Sano Win. Sano Win is a student of process. Sano pays attention to details, making sure, things are done right.
I read his tribute also.
Absolutely. I haven't read that, but I'm sure he basically is expressing, how well Greg will be missed. But Sandra and I would talk about Greg on a number of occasions. You believe the president, in spite of, the several calls about, how as the president chief of staff, what happened on the inaugural, week when he went to NASCO and got some money to get cars and all of that. In spite of the chorus of calls to remove him, Sandra felt the president could practically not do without, the presence of Greg. You know, because like Sylvester said, again, he's been in government for so long. He knew the ins and outs of government. You know, he knew all the diplomatic speak. You know, how to interact with this country, this continent. You know, and no surprise that the U.S. embassy, you know, will come out and express, you know, their admiration for the statesman that he was. You know, also mourning his passing. I think he will be greatly missed. You know, he's just one of those few kinds that was still around who knew real governance. So I know the president, they were very close. I understand they come all the way from CWA. You know, I have a few of my friends who and I were still in high, you know, came from high school. You know, you as you grow older, and all of us I realize you begin to lose a lot of friends. And so you kind of cling on to the few that are still left with you, because you know when you meet, you go back and you know you go back on memory lane, you know, and reminisce on all the nonsense you did together. You know, you have a lot of fun, and I think he was that kind of person to the president too. So I understand the president how he must feeling. And again, you know, deepest sympathies to the president, the people of Liberia, and to the family of Greg. You know, we all miss him. You know, he left us too early, but you know, may his soul rest in peace.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us, I'm reading the comments. Please tell us where you tuning in from. Dr. Howard Jones, thank you for watching from the Windy City, Chicago. And Mr. Williams, Colorado in the house. Everybody else, please let us know where you're tuning in from. My own sister, Julia Duncan Cassell, you didn't put it there, but I know you're in Las Vegas. So thank
Wait
you.
a minute, she going to win some money from Basel High School or what?
Yeah, hey, what am I saying? Our bottom line, the bank account looking good. So yeah, she's sending that money in. Let me
Jerome,
welcome Dr. Peabody.
before you bring the body, just give me 2 seconds. You know, I heard what happened over the weekend. You know, as even though Sylvester said, you know, he missed your presence and all of that. But I don't think he was even thinking about you, given the photos that I saw here in Peabody and Tomalin.
I'm not going there.
I mean, really looking suave and looking really. I mean, if I didn't know the closing argument, I would say, wow, these guys get so paid so heavily. You know,
That's
I
right.
mean, they were looking really nice. The suits, Dr. Peabody and Mr.
Yeah,
Pewee.
but Mr. Nambe,
And then
if you think they were zooted, you know, I'm going to use the old word as zoot.
I
If
know, right?
you think they were zooted for the event, wait for the CMC event, they will be even more zooted.
Oh wow, I can't Zutam, I can't wait. And I gotta say for Tomlin, you know, Chief, look, all white is very difficult to pull off. And I saw his, you know, his suit. So congratulations, guys. You know, you look well. You represented, you know, TCA well. And from the reporting we're getting, it looks like the program went well all over. So congratulations that you made it.
Thank you. Before I bring in Doctor, let me welcome Daniel. We are Sampa, watching from Sweden. Thank you very much for tuning in. That's Dr. Peabody's neighborhood there, because he hangs around Europe there a whole lot. Doctor, welcome to the show.
Hey, gentlemen, everybody. So good to see you, man. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday. You know, it's good to be here. And by the way, I think we should be on Care FM today, Care Communication as Truth FM. I don't know whether we on that already, but it's so good to see Mr. Nagbe. I got your text that night that you wouldn't have been able to come. You're not going to make it to the program. I couldn't make it to Maryland. I had to drive from the Poconos. I had to take a short break, come to the bathroom program, then go back and pick up my family. So it was a busy weekend. But man, Mr. Gayman, your school reunion is well organized, and you guys raised a lot of money. That's the first time I've been to a convention where they raised 19,000 just for the Queen contest. Just the Queen contest.
That's correct.
Can you imagine 19?
You know the Basel women, they're beautiful now, so they got plenty queen.
Look, I think the boys, I don't know, but they probably raised around 80K just for a convention. So that was really nice. It was really nice. We were at that convention Saturday when I saw a text on my phone that one of our great spirit was deceased.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what? So I told them, everybody was confused, and I said, they say Grisby died, but the minister had passed. But I didn't know him that well, but I knew him when I was small. From a very young age, I heard that name, Grisby, where he worked a lot in the foreign services and the executive management ministry of state. So that name resonated a lot when I was a young man. And but later on he got to know us through the closing argument. He watched this show a lot. He was always watching the closing argument, and he was always. In fact, one time he grabbed Tomalin. Tomalin tried to change his story. Tomalin said, Crispin need to be sanctioned. So Tomalin met with him, and he said, "Oh, you don't want Tommy? You don't want Tomalin to put him on sanction me?" Tomalin said, "No." He said, "You lie. I watch it. I watch it. I watch it." But he said he was such a great man. My father-in-law knew him very well. Mr. Sample Dennis Jr. knew him very well. They talk a lot. All of them grew up in Sano, and my prayer and best wishes go out to his family.
Thank you. Let me welcome Elvis Morris from Plymouth, Minnesota. Plymouth. Listen, if you want trouble, what did the man say? He said, we didn't land on Plymouth. Plymouth landed on us. So welcome, Mr. Morris. I would like to visit Plymouth one day, but I know that's not a regular Plymouth. You are a copycat. The original Plymouth is in Massachusetts, but that's for another day. But thanks for tuning in. Guys, we got tons of news here. The headline we have from the Liberian Police Department is the surge in sexual violence, serious crimes, and road accidents. Another trending on the Daily Observer, over 500 girls allegedly underwent FGM in Lofa County. Over 500 girls were mutilated in Lofa County. Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation launches a $156 million plan to double access by 2029. The University of Liberia instructor formally charged in armed robbery, attempted murder at Echo Bank. Tension mounts in Nimba District 5 ahead of by-election. Several hospitalized following violent clashes. Conservationists raise alarm at Garguah, resume hunting in the Nimba Reserve Forest. MPC's Samuel Freeman questioned yellow machine purchase amid economic turmoil. Those are the headlines that we're going to be delving into. These are some serious one. Obviously, we have gone over the first one from the Liberian investigator. Waka passing of Sylvester M. Grisby hails him as pillar of integrity and trusted friend. And we have paid respect and our tribute to the great ambassador. Let me welcome Truth in Ink. Ahmed, how you doing, young man? We got to teach these people how to use their gadget. You're talking to yourself.
Always a pleasure to be on the show. Glad to be alive. Always wonderful to interact with the amazing viewers we have. A great privilege to be in the company of great men and women as panelists of the closing argument. So it's a good day, great Monday, weather good, health getting better. So yeah, it's good to be here, man.
Great. Let's start with the first one here. It said the Liberian National Police have released a nationwide report detailing a troubling wave of criminal activities and traffic accidents, underscoring rising concerns over public safety. And it goes on to say the report covered recent months and highlight cases ranging from rape, kidnapping, illegal firearm possession, and mob-related murder, alongside alarming road accident statistics. In Monserrado County, Sir Thomas, also known as Starboy, was charged with rape after allegedly assaulting a 5-year-old girl in Perry Street on August 3rd. Police said Thomas lured the victim into his room and abused her. His confession and a medical report form part of the evidence against him, and he has been charged to sent to court. In Grand Cape County, 49-year-old old man Dopoh is facing prosecution for allegedly raping a 12-year-old girl in Bombala town on March the 30th. The victim was reportedly selling pepper when Dopoh tricked her into his room and assaulted her. Physical evidence and medical findings support the case against him. Criminal coercion and disorderly conduct in Monserrado, Louis Kate was charged with posting threatening, defamatory, derogatory statement about Monica D. Wilson on social media. Evidence includes digital recordings and his voluntary confession. Kidnapping in Grand Cape County, Haji Ismail Kamara and Aliu Pebia were charged over July 14. Disappearance of Jebe Kamokai. Both suspects allegedly gave conflicting accounts about admitting that they were responsible for her disappearance. Can you imagine? Illegal possession of firearm on March 2nd, 39-year-old Amara J. Musu was arrested in Parker Corner, Brewerville, with a single-barrel shotgun. Aggravated assault and theft in Lakbasi, single 30-year-old Butu Kadia allegedly assaulted Taylor Moses Tokba on July 30th and attempted to steal from his shop. Tokba suffered an eye injury affecting by being struck. Two suspects, Famoya Salif and Aliu Salif, are under investigation for alleged mob killing of Daya Remy on August the 3rd in Peaceville Chicken Farm community. Remy were accused of stealing a phone and beaten by a group. They mobbed him. He later died at ELW hospital. Both suspects are in custody awaiting trial. In a separate report, the Liberia National Police recorded 138 road accidents across Liberia in July. July alone, 138 road accidents. These include car-to-car collision, 51, motorcycle to motorcycle, 15, car to motorcycle, 24, car to tricycle, 10, motorcycle to pedestrian, 10, car to pedestrian, 16, motorcycle to tricycle, 3, tricycle to pedestrian, 3, and self-accident, I don't know what that means, 16 cases. Ladies and gentlemen, I read this in its totality because the crime wave, according to the police chief, is alarming, from raping babies to people just driving any way they feel. And we are getting dead. People are dying daily. I picked this headline because every time you turn on social media, you are seeing some horrific scenes. Let me start with the chief. Tomalin George, what should we do as a media outlet to help our police, to help our government, to help our institution? This is alarming. These reports are alarming.
Well, again, as we continue the expansion of the platform, the police inspector general, I think he has agreed to be sent to interact with us, get our folks to come here and also talk about what the police what they are doing at LMP. So from time to time, we have folks on the police coming to share with us the activities, what they are doing at the LMP. And so, but we want to commend them for crime rate. I mean, I think they are trying their best with what they got to reduce some level of the crime rate in the country. Their presence over the place. They have gotten some logistics, I think. And I just pray. I hope they can extend it to the highway and other places. Where you have the highway patrols, so that they can. Um, Now I'll just inform that we're about to. Let me see. Okay, we are about to hit the come on. Our guy is there. Kia Radio. We're about to come on live on Kia Radio now. He's already in the studio, so we don't want to announce it. So we'll be broadcasting.
When he's ready, we'll go live. He can come
Yes.
on and we'll
Yes,
interrupt. We'll stand by. Yes, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, so we try our best to see how best we can work along with them, because like somebody said, it's about Liberia though. It's about Liberia, and whatever it matters, the country matters. We should take it. We should also be involved, and let us celebrate our wherever the situation is. We should be critical where necessary. We should be critical. But before I end my time, I want to reference what Pewee said. He said something very, very like for me. I'll tell you though, Peabody broke the news to me on Saturday while we're together about Ambassador Grisby. I kept getting calls coming, but then I couldn't pick up the calls. When Peabody said we were going for lunch, when he said Grisby just died, because what surprised me was he and I chatted, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and he told me, he said, my son, I'm not too well though. And so he was ill, and just to pick it back on Peabody, yes, it was during the time of the we got close because on the show, very closing argument, and that issue about the NASCAR money came about, and that day I said they must sanction him. So after that, this day he was acting chair of the cabinet, and a mutual friend had called on video. I said, "Oh my man, he said my section, the acting chair of the cabinet." I said, "Oh, well, look." I said, "I didn't say so." He said, "No, I watched you." I said, I watched closing argument. So because of that, every time the show comes on, I will send a link to him. You see, our WhatsApp exchange. Every day the show comes on, I send him the link. We watch the show from there. When I said, "But come on the show," he said, "No, that's my job to go on the show though." He said, "I can tell you, I'm a different person." So one time you were throwing a jab at another platform. He said they did think, but they think that Joe Burger will take me from the job. They're wasting their time, because I think Burger needs me more than I need to be here. They I need him, so he will not get me. So except I want to leave, So the people say he was a very important person, and for those who know Chief of Staff, someone who is that's why right now the fight is over. The fight is now about who will replace him. All kind of names are coming up, but the president, I know that today they said the president, they went to him today, the cabinet went to him to console him at his residence where he worked today. So because of that, and the fight, because that's a job that people, to get that person, a trusted confidant, they've been knowing each other for 60 years, someone he trusted. And mind you, during the election, he supported Mr. Cummings and the CPP. Okay, and that's why to admit the fact that it is true that there were people in the Unity Party who were trying to fight this man or against him, but what they didn't know is that was the president's call. He was the one who had the power to bring who the chief of staff is and be comfortable with that person. So there's no way, except Grisby wanted to leave that job, but no way the pressure would have put Burger to remove Grisby, because that was a friend he known for many, many years. But after the election, he called him straight, either foreign minister or minister of state. And Grisby said, "I've been in the foreign service. I'll just work with you in the office here." Each time he left the country, he chaired the acting chair of the cabinet. So it's a tough thing on the president. And again, I will miss him, because somebody I communicate with regularly. We talk most of the time. Mr. Ambassador Grisby. So honestly, you know somebody in that high position, and you have access to them. So it touched me a lot. I really, and the president and the country have lost a great statesman. But again, my whole thing today is mostly on Grisby, Mr. Gayman. So forgive me, please. Thank you.
Yes, this is a testament and a warning to every one of us. Watch what you say. People keep these tips. They will tell you, "Hey, my man, you can't." Pewee, you said this about me. Don't try to duck. because I'm going to pull up the tip. Like there was a famous sportscaster in New York. They used to call him the Warner Wolf. Warner Wolf said, "Now let's go to the video tip." So that's what Mr. Grisby did to you. You can't deny it. I got the tip on you. So that's
but let me make a quick observation. I know others are coming, Robert, and welcome, Robert. But isn't that the ultimate expression of a vote of no confidence? I mean, Boakai and Grisby know each other for over 60 years, and Grisby decided he was not going to support him for the presidency. What did that say about what we have today? You know,
Mr. Nagbe, today is we after the barrel we dissect the whole meeting, but for now we are on. We are in the third lane, which is not bad, not good, but we're going to talk about his profession. So hold your horses. Let me welcome Mr. Garguah. Honorable Nagbe can't wait to put some pepper into our soup here. We try to do something. He come in, he want to change the thing. Welcome, Mr. Garguah.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you. I can enjoy Mr. Nagbe. I'm all for it. Whatever pepper you want to put inside, let him put it inside.
Okay, and you too.
Man, I like your haircut.
Thank you. I had a very important tax today, so I had to clean up.
Okay. I got a mute button now, so if Mr. Nagbe and Mr. Garguah decide to put pepper in our soup today, we will mute y'all. That's an executive order. We will mute you.
But that's the first person to complain is that somebody muted him on the show.
It looks like we are getting ready to join Care Radio. Whenever they are ready, we will join them. This is our inaugural day with Care Communications, and we love what they are doing over there. We'd love to see the young men and women in the studio. Wow, we know the communication, the network in Liberia is kind of fluctuating, but we will be on the standby. Mr. Garguah, this is a great story. You have to give it to the police chief. You know, I'm a major critic of the police chief. Okay. It looks like Care Communication is ready. Mr. Masere, welcome to the show. How are we doing with Care Radio? Everybody on Care Radio, welcome. Chief, you want to welcome folks from Care Radio in their side of the world? You want to welcome, and this is your baby.
Yeah, we'd like to welcome them.
You gotta go ahead.
We'd like to welcome our partnership. So this brings two Truth FM and Care Network. So guys, if you're watching in Liberia and you want to join us, you can tune into Truth FM and Care. What is it? It's a 10-something
107.9.
107.9. We are live on 107.9 as well. So to the management team, to the CEO of Care, Mr. Chris Care, and the managing money.
So it's 107.9. It looks at 95.9. It looked at 95.9 FM.
Mr. Money Kishan and others, want to thank you. This is our inaugural with the Care Communication. So this brings two. We are working to bring other network in as well, so that closing acumen will hit very large in Monrovia, because the messages are very important. And so with the guys in studio, I Care, we say welcome, and to our guy at Truth. Man, let's do this thing, man. We are excited to have you guys and to see the show going. Let's roll on. It's a good one.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are on Care Radio, this is the closing argument. This is our inaugural show. And with me, I have Mr. Robert Garguah here. I have Amit Stefanik or Amit Seleke, whatever his real name is, with his CDC. We want to call his real name so you can know who he is. I have here Dr. Peabody. Henry Peabody is also on the show. I got the chief himself, Chief Tomalin. George is here. We have Mr. Victor Nagbe. We have the cabinet of the Dean of Diplomacy, Mr. Pewee. It says Sylvester Pewee. And from 96.1 Truth FM, we have Myean Torgbean. So let's go to Care Radio, or we have Mr. Masare. Masare, are you ready? You are muted.
Samson is a reporter in Liberia, so he's sitting in the studio at Care for us as well.
Okay, am I loud?
Yes,
Yeah,
you
we can
are.
hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, I'm ready, and it's good to be in on Care Radio to broadcast for the closing argument. At least today is the first time, and we hope to have the show running from now upward.
Okay, Dr. Peabody, can you read out our schedule? What is it we're going to be doing, and how often are we going to be doing it? Where are the timeline that we will be on Care Radio?
We will be on Care from Monday to Friday. There are some days we're going to come in right when the show starts, and there are few days we're going to come in around this time because there will be another show, and then the next one will come on. So we'll be on from Monday to Friday as well, from Monday to Friday. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Myean, you want to welcome your colleagues?
Yeah. So I just want to say thanks to everyone who on the show tonight. We have a gem edition tonight where we have everyone is on the show. We have about 9 persons that is on the show. So I just want to say thanks to Sansi Mosue, who is one of my colleagues who at Care Radio. So both of us will take the course whenever we need course. We'll take the course because they are going to run up to 12. If I'm not mistaken, they are going to run up to 12 o'clock. So for us here at True FM, every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're up at 11:30. That's the regular time. Only Wednesday will go up to 12 to 12:30. That's the time that is being scheduled for closing argument on True FM.
Excellent. So with that being said, at the exact hour of 7 o'clock, our time, we are going to open both lines and we're going to be hearing from our folks. This is the initial show. So yes, we would like to hear from the folks from Care Radio. So at 7 o'clock, we will open the line to hear, because this is a great day for the expansion of the closing argument. This tells you it's a testament to the management and organizational strength of the closing argument, that we are not just a group of folks beholden to a small group, small area. We are all over the country, and as time permits, and as we get generous, because we got to keep the lights on, we'll be adding more and more folks. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are listening by way of Care Radio, welcome to the closing argument. I am Jerome Gayman. I am here with all the great minds. We'll be discussing everything from politics to religion. We got it covered. So let's go to the police here. The police have done a great job. This is a detail, from our understanding, this is the first time we have seen a detailed report from the police department detailing all the crimes. From what I'm seeing here, there is no cover-up. This is transparency we've been asking for. Robert, we have it now. We are talking about crime from rape to kidnapping. This is the one that was surprising to me. I didn't know that we have begun to have kidnapping in Liberia, but they cover the whole spectrum. Your take on this?
Well, I'm glad that, the government is being transparent with regards to crime in Liberia. And I'm glad, and I just want to reemphasize how glad I am with this, because I remember way back on, I think it was Focus on Liberia in the Drive, where my brother Lobo and I was on. We argued then under the city's administration that I think crime in Liberia should not be politicized. I think that crime in Liberia is systemic, and to some extent, government have not done its due diligence, and government have not put in place the mechanism to start to address the curtailing of crime in Liberia. You know, it would surprise you that petty theft is makes the top of the list when it comes to crime in Liberia. Petty theft, and then followed by armed robbery. And so I'm glad that this government understands now that to fix this crime issue in Liberia, we can no longer politicize crime in Liberia. As long as we have not done what needs to be done relative to the rehabilitation of a whole generation of folks who were either born in the war crisis and folks who participated in the crisis. As long as we have not put in place the systems and the structures to address technical trainings, as long as we have not put in place the systems and the structure to create a conducive environment that provides opportunities to these young people, we will continue to experience not just crime, but we'll continue to experience this drug epidemic in our country. So I would not politicize the crime issue. What I would like to see from this government, though, is a policy, a working policy that will address curtailing crime in our country. I have not seen that yet. I have not seen that. CC cameras and it's not the strategy. It's not a policy. It's a form of protection in some way of after the fact, right? In the case of what happened at the bank, the armed man could have killed the worker, and we would have seen that capture on the CCTV. But does that prevent the crime from happening? It does not, right? And so I think we've got to be proactive and not reactive. And so if the government is saying that, you know, people should have CCTV, how many Liberians can afford CCTV to begin with? If you know, and so the government have to address a lot of different things. What is alarming also, Mr. Gayman, is how accessible and how affordable guns are in the country, with no checks and balance system, with no background checks. I mean, per reports, this gentleman obtained this gun for $60. If guns can be purchased behind closed doors for as cheap as $60, that's very concerning, especially given our history with the crisis in our country. That's very, very concerning. There have been rumors all over the place that there are guns still packed up in some places. People have guns in their homes. Commanders still have guns. So if people can just go to Nima County and Grand Bassa and all of these different counties and can afford to purchase a gun for that amount with no registration, with no background, nothing of that sort, that is concerning. That is concerning for me, you know. And so I hope that the government has a plan. I hope that the government has a policy to really address this thing. And there's no better policy to address crime in Liberia than economic empowerment. I think it starts there.
Thank you. Mr. Nagbe, in the month of July alone, just July, 138 road accidents resulting into injury and death. 138 registered road accidents in July, in the month of July, leading up to the celebration. Just July alone. What is it you think the police need to be doing, or what we need to do also to help alleviate this problem? That's a lot. 138 accidents around the country just in the month of July in 30 days.
Yeah, that's a lot. You know, I think one of the things that probably could help would be you travel from Monrovia. Sometimes my wife and I, we travel from Monrovia all the way to Santa Cruz. So now we don't see any policemen on the road. Maybe some presence will help a little bit. I understand the problem with manpower and all of that. I get it. But I think the roads are really kind of left too unattended for our motorists. So I think that might help. I don't know how much we enforce, the speed limits. Again, we were talking yesterday, about maybe using canine and drones to help with the manpower. These things they're becoming cheaper and cheaper. Technology, the more, when it is introduced newly, it's pretty costly, but as more of it becomes available, maybe we can invest in these things, radars. I don't know how much that will, how that will be deployed in Monrovia. But the point I'm making is it looks like by the time you leave, even red light, by the time you pass Mount Barkley and all of that, the drivers, they're pretty much on their own. They're doing their own thing. Most of these collisions, I'm almost certain they occur outside of Monrovia. Not in the Monrovia area where you go Freeport, you see 4 or 5 police posts standing around doing nothing, when they could be doing something on the road. So maybe that's one of the areas we could look. We talked about, the training and retraining. When the gentleman came here of the Motorcycle Association, we were all talking about, the need for, control the licensing through, road testing and all of that. But the need for the motorists to work with the police, some kind of collaboration to help, kind of sharpen the traffic, traffic skills. We all in Monrovia, we go to Monrovia, you see how the guys drive. To be honest, as much as I'm concerned about the numbers. I think we're lucky that the numbers are not even higher than what they are with the way the guys drive in Monrovia. And most of the guys drive like maniacs. You're in traffic, and before you know, somebody's coming straight at you, like they're kind of run you over. They have no regard. JFK, 21st Street, I believe, some kind of little, solar control traffic light. The motorbike people don't observe traffic light. When the light is red, that's when they really decide they need to go. So all of these things, they all add up to make our roads, very difficult to apply. So I don't know what could be done, but I just think right now the way things are going, the situation has to be. We have to find a way to address it. But I will give it up by saying there is a very high concentration of our police in the Monrovia area than outside of the Monrovia. We need to find a way to send them outside of Monrovia, to help, maintain the peace and safety outside of Monrovia,
Wow. Honorable Pewee, we had we have here car-to-car collision, 51 accident in July alone. Head-on car-to-car, 51 cases. Motorcycle to motorcycle, 15. Car to motorcycle, car hitting motorcycle, 24. Then this one, pedestrian, motorcycle to pedestrian, is high. 10 car to pedestrian, 16 car hitting people.
Yes. A lot of reasons would support that. And I can recall one of our own big brother, then some years back, I don't think this from the Liberia National Police had a show, it used to be on ELBC, about Road to Hell, giving police reports, giving some line of what the police will push for to prevent accident and to do these things. But more than that, what we had before in the country was to and I will hope this new chief of police will focus more or less and leave the politics and focus on running the Liberia National Police in a more professional way. Now, there's a division in the Liberia National Police referred to as the Highway Patrol. Is the highway patrol that effective? You can recall the last time when you're traveling, and that's the part of it. The optic is what they just want to show that they're doing this job. When he was traveling, he saw a few of them extorting money from vehicular conductors, if you will. And then what he did, he put in on camera to just show that this happened. But no, we don't want to see that. What we want to see is the restructuring of that division of the Liberian National Police to ensure road safety is a year to, and that's very paramount. Moving on, we do not have a very effective road system in the country, so you have to have a robust mechanism put in place to prevent unnecessary auto crash or auto crashes, if you will. So how can we do that? Is to also ensure that that division is not only vibrant, but that division is accounted for. There's more accountability in that division. Then you see that who is the head of highway patrol, for instance, and what is the deployment mechanism. And now from from Coca-Cola factory to Ganta, moving through towards the Grand GSR, how do we do the deployment? Now between Monrovia and that of Cac City, can we have two highways? And now again, it will come back. He would not have to sit and strategize to engage the government, because that's a very major public safety issue we have here. Major one. How can we deploy? Now, can the government fund a kind of a $1 million you just deploy that in highway safety? It's possible, right? It's possible the government can do that. You buy some of the vehicles, some of the low level running speed vehicle, and some of the pickup truck, you can deploy them and give them to them on the major highway. We need to find out first which road is very busy in the country. Which highway is busy? It's the Monrovia Banga Ganta highway. It's very busy. The Monrovia Buchanan highway is also very busy. But the road I've just mentioned, these roads, they are very busy, but they don't have potholes. Ever since those roads were reconstructed, there's no potholes on those roads. But one of the terrible accidents just happened quite recently is the Monrovia Bombing Highway. That road is terrible. Ever since Samuel Doe built that road, the Abraham Babangida Highway, that road is now full of a lot of potholes, and it's causing, and our drivers are not sensitive towards the passenger that they convey. You convey a group of passengers, but you're not sensitive towards their health or their safety. They will run with the speed they determine. And who is there to check them? Is the Liberian National Police via the Highway Patrol. And the Highway Patrol itself, they are as corrupt as you want to think. So their concentration is not on vehicular movement. Their concentration, they move and they put a roadblock somewhere. Every commercial vehicle that will pass by, they got a tax. And that one of them told me before, say, hey, we do these things because, I used to be close to Chris Massacre. So I packed water tank coming from Banga, and I videotaped. So I engaged the guy. I came begging, crying on his knees. He said, if you do that, they will fire me. I said, but why are you doing that? He said, our bosses will require us on this patrol side to carry 50,000 every weekend. Imagine, Gayman, 50,000 Liberian dollars every weekend. The head of the highway patrol is sitting in Central and is waiting for this money to be reported to him every weekend. On that, then he will change that assignment. And the guy don't want that assignment to be changed. So they set a roadblock somewhere. Every commercial vehicle that will hit, they have 1 to 15 gate. They have 1 to 15 gate, or immediately after 15 gate, before reaching the 30 thereabout. Currently, they will still have it there. Every vehicle, if it's a bus, the bus will pay 500. If it's a taxi, 500. A taxi will pay 300. Then the truck, some of the truck will pay from 2005 upward. Imagine that. That's what they focus on. The focus is not on safety. The focus is not on improper carrying. Because some of those improper carrying can lead to accidents sometimes. Sometimes you see the coal bags. They will hit a pickup that should carry 50 coal bags. You see that pickup with 150 bags of coal. Imagine. The pickup is meant to carry 50 bags of coal. And that pickup is conveying 200 bags of coal sometimes. They will put a stick. That's improper carrying according to the vehicular movement laws of our country. But they don't care about that. What they care about, that pickup should be prepared to pay like $2,000 and pass and go. And then the guy will calculate that already. Will say, okay, that's what I'm going to do. So to succeed in doing this, We need the Liberia National Police to be effective in terms of the highway patrol. And this also have to engage the government of Liberia through the Ministry of Public Works. That bombing road, ever since it was constructed, is done. It's terrible. And I think the president drives on that road all the time to go on his farm. It's bad, Gayman. That road is causing a lot of accidents. It got a lot of curve. The Abraham Bamagida road need to be reconstructed. The road is done. It was constructed in the 80s. It was named, I think it was a partnership between the Liberia and Nigerian government. It was named after the then General Abraham Bamagida. Right, good. But the road is done now. It's impassable. It's almost not pliable now because of the condition of the road. So vehicular movement on those roads and the way we drive, not using road safety mechanism, is causing some serious problem towards the motorists and the pedestrians that are traveling on those roads. So it's a problem that we have to tackle, and we have to tackle it collectively. Remove politics from it. Other than that, we're going to be having a lot of, see the innocent kids. The guy was running and he plunked in one of the potholes, pumped into the water. See the amount of kids, innocent kids will die and other things. It's bad. We have to preserve the life of our citizens. These are potential presidents, government officials, economic entrepreneurs, doctors, accountants, and the rest of that. How do we preserve their life? Through implementing proper public safety. That's the problem we have in the country.
Thank you. Let me go to before I go to the management, because management has, we want to know what is the policy of the closing argument, because the chief here said the police warned that the high number of traffic accidents remains a serious public safety concern, calling for greater public awareness. Now, public awareness means jingles, radio spots, all of that. So I'm coming to Tomalin and Dr. Peabody. What policy do we have in place to run jingles, to run stuff like that? But before I go to you guys, let me go to our newest guests from Care Radio, Mr. Masare. How are you, young man? You are on the ground. Talk to us about the traffic situation, the accident, and the death. This is just in Monserrato, not even outside of Monserrato.
Yeah, so since the issue of this entire control of motorbike coming in the main city, for me, I think the traffic situation reduced one, and the situation of unnecessary accident also reduced. But then, normally, when the motorcyclists normally used to ride across Monserrato, specifically Central Monrovia, Cinco side, we used to experience that unnecessary traffic and more besides the accident. But the highest number of traffic of accident cases normally come from that the end of Nimad between Bond and Nimad side, that particular road, because of the deep curves, too many deep curves, especially reaching around Batara. That road is so horrible, it's almost a death trap. And that road have recorded the higher number of accident cases so far. But in Monserrato, the accident cases are not too many as per my own observation. But unless the rural area, recently we had an accident case around the Kid Mount side where a truck ran into Tessie, leaving everyone dead, apart from a little baby who was safe, I think, because he or she was on her mother lap at that moment. But for Monserrato, not too many high level of what's the name accident. But for traffic, is huge. Cinco normally experience a very huge traffic in the morning between Concord Town to Cinco for you to access Central Monrovia. It's normally difficult, I think, because we have the University of Liberia, we have the mansion, we have Capitol Building, we also have Foreign Affairs to that particular route. And for the course of Congo Town traffic, I think it's because we have a ministerial complex that is hosting almost 10 different ministries and agencies over there. So for accident cases, not too many in Monserrato so far.
Thank you. And
give me. Sorry, just a minute, Masari. That point there is, I think, it's just an attitude on part of government passing this government on. The way to solve the problem in Cinco and the Bolivar, the stress of the Torgbean Bolivar, is to now government find the money, do the Kehleboe Bolivar route from 2nd Street hitting Kehleboe Bolivar. Stretch that road and open it up. You need alternative routes to reduce. Now, there's growing vehicular issue coming on now in the city. You need that. If you don't do that, we'll always have problem in that single belt. Open the road, put some money in the budget for the road to be constructed, the Kehleboe Bolivar from 2nd Street moving through. You will have solved that problem. There's another route from Crown Hill hitting to back to factory. That's another option, but they said that would be millions of dollars too much. But then the first one is do the Kehleboe Bolivar, find partners to initiate, bring some innovation to do that. You will solve the traffic problem there. Other than that, we're going to be having traffic problem from Monday to Friday. And when because everybody you're going through that side, everybody, it's a problem for us. It's a problem.
One way, and that's the
it's a one way. One way
in and out.
We have to be innovative. There's nothing in our country. We have to build something to improve the country moving on. At least so we driving for them is a problem.
Honorable Peabody, can you flag Jay Chessin's comment, please? Can you flag his comment? Okay.
No road in the country, man. No road. All the accident to that road problem. Terrible.
Honorable Chelsea is saying that road has outlived its usefulness. The company using that road with those huge trucks should be stopped. Western Cluster must build a railroad and stop.
Which road?
You're talking about the Pomin Kamara.
Yeah, but I told you that the Abraham Bamagila Highway.
Or they should rebuild the road or able to take the axle load from the trucks. So this is where he's talking about you either build a railroad, because when they came in first, this is what they said they were going to do. If you don't want to do that, then you got to redo the road that will be able to carry bigger load as per axles. So these are some of these are professional in the fields of.
Given that road should be reconstructed. Period.
That's what he said.
And unfortunately, unfortunately for us, even let me put it that way, the president got his farm that he spent his weekend all the time. He drive via that road. He's seen and the brother, it's unfortunate. And the leader will say, "Build that real quick."
But if you don't mind, Mr. Gayman,
quickly,
someone mentioned public awareness. Public awareness is not a policy for the maintenance of roads, and it's not a policy for safety. That's one. And the government cannot even afford public awareness. Okay, I agree with everything Sylvester said, but here is one thing that Sylvester did not say, which is the president can drive as many times on those roads. Do you know why the president don't care? The president don't care because the vehicles that are driven on those roads, the monies that are spent did not come from his past farm. The farm that he drives on that road to go to every day, right, are part of the benefit of becoming president to begin with. Don't forget, Joseph Boaga was broke. Now, I didn't say that. This is according to the president. And this is not unique to the president. As long as we continue, and by the way, the vehicles driven on those roads are very expensive vehicles. Let's not forget that they just purchased, they just spent $2.something million on those vehicles. And you should see how those vehicles look when the president travels across the country in rural areas. They don't care. Do you think the president or anyone else would care if they were spending money from their own pocket to purchase vehicles to just drive them anywhere? We care. We care. This is the reason why some people don't drive the vehicles that they drive in Monrovia to go on the highway. Our leaders do not give a damn, Mr. Gayman, because the monies acquired to purchase these vehicles are not their own money. When you are spending money that you did not work for, when you do not understand what it takes to get what you use, people tend not to give a damn, especially when there's no accountability. So I don't want anyone to tell me about public awareness on radio stations. You can put as all of the public awareness on radio stations are not policies for safety and road maintenance. It would not work, not in this century. Thank you.
Thank you. Seleke, I like the public awareness piece because I know what it does. I have been on several boards with children's program, and I know what the power of public awareness, but not just that, but they follow up. There are other things that go along with public awareness.
But with the program, but with the program you mentioned, what you already have a policy. The policy has been implemented, and you're doing a public awareness to aware the folks. You can't do public awareness with no policy, with no structure. That's the point that I'm making.
Excellent. Seleke, your take.
Well, I do agree that the issue.
What is going on with what is going on with that button phone you got?
Man,
you guys okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
The other diplomat here, he never muted his phone. Yeah, go ahead.
So, you know, first of all, it's a great thing to know that closing argument is now on at least more than one radio station in the country, because, of course, I think closing argument from time to time have been able to provide objective analysis of the situation in the country that our people genuinely need, you know. And so it's a good thing that now the message is expanded, can reach even more people. So that's a good thing. Look, I listened to you highlighting the different crimes rate in our country as published by the police director or the Liberia National Police. I think it's a good thing. But interestingly or ironically, with such a situation, it falls short of what could be the short, medium, and long-term approach from the police perspective as to how they're going to address those things. You know, it's not sufficient to just highlight these problems, because I mean, from time immemorial, some of these things have existed forever. Particularly so from a police director who is on the job for the second time. So he must have understood that these things exist. He was there before as police director. He's coming back. He's surrounded by, and the good thing, most of the guys in the police sector, I'm not talking about presidential appointees, but the regular operation 05, 03, they have been there for a very long time, you know, in that sector. It's not like, you know, we have new people coming every day. We don't recruit external people to come in. The police do internal recruitment. So that core of people have always been there. As such, when they're highlighting these crime, marking them, then I think it's also good, except that they will say it's a security matter, so they will not unveil that to the public. But I would hope that as you identify this crime, there must be concomitant approach as to how to deal with it. For those of us on this in terms of public awareness, I would think the best we can do is to say, look, crimes are always facilitated by a lot of other things. For example, poverty in the country is a bad that is a catalyst that gave rise to crime. So it is with drugs and all of those things. So there must be a multi-dimensional approach as we address this. You know, when you have people so poor, so hungry, so depressed, at times they tend to pay attention to, they tend to go to these things to find really. So the country generally, and I agree with it, we cannot be political in this regard, but the country generally must pay attention to these things, and people must be intentional with regard to the role. It's just, I don't know. That Birmingham highway, as everybody said, from that highway, we have had Speaker Alex Tyler. We have had two presidents claiming that place as either a farm area or a place, Madame Seleke, of course, the current president, Joseph Boyka. And for some reason, I don't know, perhaps I might just agree with what Robert said, that perhaps people tend not to pay much attention because oftentimes it is not from their pocket. Obviously, I wouldn't take my car from Monrovia area, but the road being that bad, I wouldn't take my car up that way no matter what, because at the end of the day, if there were any damages to that car, the repair cost comes out of my pocket. So I would rather either go do a car rental service to go there. But in short, we will hope that that government will start to pay attention to some of these things, to be honest with you. And because the way we approach development in our country, more from a political perspective, we want to do something to get a hand claps. How do you allow that major role, economic role, goes all the way to Bow water side? and bringing goods in and out. How do you allow that kind of a road to mess up at that point? Then again, I remember before Boakai became president, there was this commitment that he would never allow that road to be used by, I think it's a China Union. Yeah. China Union. Yeah. China Union or so to use it as a place for them to use it as a place to carry their oils to the port. I remember them very strong on that. To see that just change, it just reinforced the idea that I'm not too sure as to whether something. So finally, I conclude on that. Most of our problems in our country, if not all, are just man-made, lack of visionary leadership. That's just it. Intentional leadership. I think it's significantly Liberia is going through what it's going through because of leadership in our country, unfortunately. Because yeah.
But no, go ahead, Lance.
No, man, I mean, it just got frustrating because look, we've been saying this thing, and I think after the next 10, 20 years, we're not careful, we may say our new panelists will evolve because maybe by that time people will be on retirement. You don't have the time to come on this thing every day. So, but those new panelists will say the same thing in 20, 30 years from now. Dr. Peabody wouldn't be able to be on this thing in the next 20 years. You got to be somewhere on the island relaxing. But as he turned into closing argument, which I think will exist forever, he will hear the new panelists talking the same old thing. Unfortunately, man, as we said, the problem that leadership in our country, bro, you can't escape that leadership.
Thank you. Let me go to the man from Liberia. Hopefully your LEC can hang in long enough. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. To all my good brothers and friends, and to those listening to us through the 2 radio stations that I heard are following and carrying our program live across the length and breadth of Liberia.
But Johnny, why are you in the car?
Johnny, no, my man, don't ask Johnny. Don't lift up your hand before you see the glass. Johnny, I want you to address this because I have 3 girls. I got twin girls and I have another girl. And in my house, I got 5 women. I'm the only male in my house. So advocating for women and girls is very, very critical to me. Not because I have girls, but it is just the right thing to treat women right. This is what was reported today in the Liberian Observer. And it was reported by Tina S. Marpin. Said over 500 girls allegedly underwent FGM in Lofa. Serious Ministry of Internal Affairs suspend 2 chiefs for mass Sunday Society graduation. Advocate call for robust enforcement. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has suspended a paramount chief, James Tanu, Loma Chiefdom, and Clan Chief Big Boy Kokulo of Zenyama Clan, Lofa County, for the alleged involvement in violating Liberia temporary ban on female genital mutilation and plural practices effective January 2026. This is disturbing. Over 500 young women that who have been in school at the different high schools, at the different universities, at the different schools, they are being abused here according to the law, according to the state. What is going on, Johnny?
Well, Mr. Gayman and the rest of the team, this topic is a very culturally sensitive topic.
Why you had to act like Johnny? You want to join the black fight?
You see,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Johnny taking deep breath.
I can predict the outcome for Johnny. He will not criticize that. Trust me.
No, Johnny running for senator. Johnny running for senator is a politician. You got to take your time.
Marcevia respect the culture of our people.
This have nothing to do with the culture.
Well, but this,
And
this, this,
I wait for Gayman. I wait for the Johnny response. Johnny, go ahead, Chief.
I think
Johnny, don't catch the cow to foot. I don't care matter foot. Don't do it.
I don't think they should be associated with any other culture. I don't think
All
so.
right, so you know, Mr. Gayman, this topic is very, very important, and I don't think the time we have on this platform is enough to dissect it and go into detail and discuss the ramifications of cultural practices. And Gayman, listen now, gentlemen. Listen, we see. Don't take the time from me, Robert. Robert, take it easy. People, you put it soon. Take it easy.
Go ahead.
So, Gayman, you are a sociologist, right?
Yes.
Very good. And as a sociologist, if you understand the content of the 5 social institutions for every society,
the technical part can help you a little bit.
Yeah. He coming out.
So, from that perspective, you need to understand a particular group of people way of life, and you want to say that in 30 minutes or in 1 hour, you will just abort it.
No, I didn't say 1 hour. I said 3 minutes. Your side. Talk your own.
So I'm saying here, the first, look, let me tell you something. And I said we don't have enough time because I have played some role in the past 4 or 5 years to see how I could recommend to state actors to see how we approach this issue. But it appears that it's more political than being socially discussed to address the issue.
No. We are not politicians on this platform. You are an expert. You are a professional.
Listen, give me chance again, man. Look, few years, 2-3 years back, the former vice president Madam Joanne Taylor, had an interest in addressing this issue. She took it out of my office, and I'm the expert on it at my office when it comes to traditional matters. But then Dopoh was country representative. He took me with her to go and meet with her. I gave her a 4-page recommendation as to how to get involved with this matter, and she didn't see it. She couldn't go into it. So it was just like matter of what political grandstanding to say I want to criminalize FGM. That's not the issue. You gotta know what's happening. And you gotta know the custodians of this practice.
So what's happening?
So okay, look, gentlemen.
Go ahead. Well, I'll wait for you.
Gentlemen, it's just that I expected Mr. Nyenwolo, a traditional background man from Lofa County. I expect him to have had this matter approached in a different way than the way it is going. But let me say to you guys, the people way of life, you cannot stop it by just a simple sentence or a document to say this is finished. I'll take you back. In 2012, I was in Tanzania. The same issue was raised in Tanzania about the same thing talking about FGM. Just as the conference was discussing it, 1 million women or girls were being taken into traditional facilities for traditional rituals of the same kind. So there's not just you're talking on the surface. It has a deeper way of approaching this. But again, like I said, I want to go further than that because it appears that most of you on the platform are not culturally sensitive. And so I will start here and tell you, let's go as it is. The government will do the best thing. The government has the best people on the stage to handle this matter in the most professional way. So let us call our matters.
Mr. Gayman, let me comment.
Yes.
Mr. Gayman. Let me say this.
The man said you are a bastard man. You are not culturally sensitive.
I don't think it has to do with any kind of sensitive or insensitive for me. Right. I think what we're looking at here is
no, but listen, people, it does. No, listen, gentlemen, listen to me. Listen now, listen. My mother, listen to me. Let me tell you now. My mother went to the Sunday. She gave birth to 6 children. My grandmother went to the Sunday. She gave birth. My great-grandmother went to the Sunday. She gave birth and produced us and disciplined us and trained us. We gotta just, you see, you are taking one aspect of this cultural practice and running with it without understanding the holistic content of this thing.
Which one?
You understand?
Which one aspect?
No, Johnny.
The what are you talking about?
Johnny,
no, what am I talking about?
Johnny, I'm very sorry.
Dr. Peabody, 1 minute. What am I talking about?
So then what is your concern?
No. You say we are.
What is your concern, Mr. Gayman? What is your concern?
No, you say we are taking one aspect.
Mr. Gayman, what is your concern about women going to Sunday bush? What is your concern?
Okay,
Gayman, what is your concern about women going to Sunday bush?
Can I tell you what my concern?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, what your concern is?
It's inhumane. You got.
How do you know it's inhumane?
I apologize.
How do you know that it is inhumane? What do you know is inhumane?
We cannot talk over each other. You finish talking.
No, but people, what do you know that is inhumane? What do you know is inhumane there?
Because the ritual that takes place there is very inhumane.
What do you call ritual? People low. You guys gotta be. You see, you gotta try to learn the cultural values of people before you start talking. What is inhumane about this thing?
Okay, but let him explain, Johnny.
What is your inhumane thing you know? Talk about it.
Johnny, you may be expert on it, but I've lived in places where these kind of inhumane attitude takes place, and these little children become the victim of it from time to time, and it follows them on the entire life. This is something that the government have criminalized, and I think that government need to fight this thing, and they need to cut it off. For young kids are going through this thing every day. They have been given out there to marry older folks. They've been torn apart. And when they get out there, there's no way their life become a stigma. It become a problem for them as they grow up. There's no sensitive thing. This is a. So
let me come out to the point, right? Do you know that the very churches that you guys have now are the ones doing forced marriage in this country? Very churches, especially the Pentecostal church. That as soon as you see a young boy and a young girl in the church, friend, they say you gotta make it right. That's also a forced marriage.
You got 10, 12 years old babies that have been put up there to marry adults. And
when? In which century? Now?
Right in Liberia. In some of those.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. That's not true. Not in the current dispensation. That's not true. Do not portray that by Liberia. That's not true. It's not happening anymore in Liberia. It happened maybe 100 years ago, but not happening now in Liberia. That's not true, people. That's not true. You see, you guys living on too much of perception. You need to understand the culture of your own people. That's not true. No, you don't. You don't, people. You don't. If you understand the brain culture, you won't speak the way you're speaking. You don't. You gotta know. No, on this note, we have to be careful how we present issues on the public platform. If you're not knowledgeable, don't discuss the topic on the platform, please. If you don't have knowledge, do not bring the topic on the platform because you cannot knowledgeable on the platform.
Johnny is not having knowledge.
I would not allow you to do that. Dr. Peabody, go ahead.
The fact here is, it's not having knowledge or culture. I know about my culture. I grew up as a young man, and I saw how these people would bring these little children to town and give them to older men. These children live with. I've had friends who are female, and it will tell you that stigma live with them all through their life, and it's so embarrassed to even have a relationship with people that they can't do it because of this kind of behavior. I think it's dehumanizing. It's totally bad for our young children, and the government need to create awareness and stop these people from doing this thing. It's wrong.
Thank
Jerome,
you.
can I just
Robert Garguah, go ahead.
Can I come in? Okay.
Mr. Number go then I'll come.
Mr. Number, you go ahead.
Thank you so much, Robert. And
Why let Johnny leave?
Oh, where's Johnny?
Johnny running for Senator.
There you go. No, what I wanted to say was, Johnny.
No, I'm here. I want to find somewhere better with light to be on the show. I will not run away. I want to show with you.
All right. Okay. So when you started, Johnny, you said most of us here on the set are culturally insensitive. I don't know exactly what that means, but I thought you would use this moment to educate us on the benefits of this because you seem to believe there are some benefits. For all that I know, I agree with Dr. Peabody. What I know of this is traumatizing to the young ladies, and there's practically no benefit. So I thought you would use this opportunity to educate us so that we'll understand, because I understand the society in its totality is not just about the mutilation. When the ladies go in the bush, as we call it, they're taught other things, how to cook and do other stuff, take care of home and stuff like that. So I thought
you just said there's no benefit. Now you're defeating your own just concluded statement, Mr. Nagbe.
This is my speculation, and I'm saying to you, I thought you should have used that as part of it. That's the good side of it. There's the other side of it that we can remove, but can we use the good side? But you can go ahead. I just I'll leave it there.
So let me say this. So let me say this.
Why you keep laughing?
Since we are talking, but you know, Sylvester,
Let's go. Guys, y'all get right chance.
Listen, Sylvester, I know you can come and make flower now, but Sylvester like to be politically correct. So you want to talk about the good side and the bad side and all that stuff. What we are focused on is the negative impact. But let me start with what I think is good about that. The initiation of boys and girls, the poor and the sending society and all that stuff into manhood, adulthood, the teaching of domestic skills, all of that stuff. I don't think that these are culturally bad things, because we learn these things in many culture. I'm a guy, but I was taught how to cook. I love to cook. It's therapeutic for me. In fact, I got a degree in culinary. I'm a professional chef. In my house, I don't mandate that my wife cook. I get in the kitchen and I cook. I cook any African dish that you would think about. I can cook Topoh very well. I cook Italian dishes. I cook American dishes. And apart from that, we were also taught to clean. But these practices and these teachings were instilled in us to make us independent and not dependent on necessarily a woman. This country that we are in changed that perspective for us, because even in our homes, I always like to say a normal Liberian dude who was raised in Liberia would still expect his wife to work 2-3 jobs, and the wife is paying 50% of the bills, but we'll still expect her to cook and serve him, right? We'll still expect her to clean and do all of these different things. These things, I think, from in hindsight, taught us the right way, because we find ourselves in a society now where you would not expect your wife to help pay the bills. She's working 1, 2, 3 jobs, and you expect her to cook when she comes home, even though you're off. No, when you're off, you get in the kitchen and you cook for her. You clean, you help with domestic responsibilities. The domestic part, teachings and training, are good part. But we cannot just look at the domestic part and negate the fact that, right, all of what's happening on the FGM, it's not about being culturally insensitive. It's wrong. I would prefer a system that encourages adults to make adult decisions on what they want to do with their bodies. When you take a 10-year-old young girl who's supposed to be under the supervision of a parent, that parent has a responsibility. When you make lifelong decisions for a son or daughter, you negate the fact that this is not what I may want. So just because your mother and another is very sensitive, and we got to be very cautious on how we approach this, but we are not talking about adults making adult decision. My daughter or my son would not appreciate the fact that I'm making decisions, lifelong decisions that may affect their lives without their consent. You can't take a 10-year-old and take her in, and you think because it's culture is okay to have all these things going on with their bodies. What if they're 25 years old? What if they become an adult, 30 years old? And this is not something that they want to do. This is what I think the issue is. We are taking underage young girls and young boys. We are putting them through a process in the name of cultural practices that they may not consent to. They may not like 25, 30, 40 years later. There are women in this country right now who went through that situation, and they regret, they're frowning on that stuff right now. I know plenty of them. These are not things that they ask for. No one asks for their consent. No one asks for their wishes. If you take a 30-year-old and say, you know what, this is my choice. This is what I want to do. Go ahead and do what you want to do. But what I would encourage the government to do is we need to criminalize FGM until you reach the age of adult to make that decision on your own. You cannot take a young girl and decide for her, oh, this is right for you because of practices that happened 20 years ago. Oh, so we expect this to be happening 100 years from now? No. Things have changed. We're evolving. Our culture is our culture, and our culture must be respected. I get that. But we cannot confuse culture with criminalization. This is criminal, and it's wrong. It's wrong. And what happens, and I'll close on this note, what happens in the life of one a woman where she goes through that process in the case of Johnny's mother, and God bless her heart, because I don't know if this decision was her decision or if it was her parents' decision, right? But just because she was still able to have a baby doesn't mean that other kids who are going through this ordeal are able to have babies. No, this is not the case. So we have to respect the right of children. Parents have got to respect the right of children. You can be culturally sensitive and still understand that it's not right to have young babies go through deals that they may not agree with 50 years from now, 30 years from now, and 40 years from now. It's wrong. Adults should make these decisions on their own. I will agree with that, not children.
Thank you. Now let me go to this. I want to ask a question, but I would I want Pewee to mute because I wanted to ask him, but he got girls and women in here. For those of you around here, let me just go around.
No, rather your sister Julia can say agree with you. Your boss sister.
But listen,
Gayman. You don't want Johnny to holler at the minister agreeing with me?
But listen,
you gotta holler at that now. Can you holler at it?
What I'm saying here, I want everybody to take a few minutes and think about it because we're going to go to the line. But I'm not going to ask the cabinet, the dean of the cabinet, because he got ladies there. The question that I want to ask you is because I know the history going 2,000 years, and I'm going to bring it. We're going to continue this because it's something that I take very personal. But the question is to each of you, take time to think about this. Mr. Nagbe, will you allow your daughter to go through this practice?
Well, first of all,
will you allow your daughter to go through the practice?
Great question.
Pewee, will you allow your girls to go through the practice? Dr. Peabody, will you? For me, as a sociologist, somebody who has studied.
But you haven't given me the time to talk about it because I was just
Listen.
Yeah, because Raul already accusing me now. I want to be this, I want to be that. So
listen, the question is very simple.
Because you interrupted me, that's why we didn't come back to you.
Listen, guys,
yeah, let's do it one at a time.
Will you allow your girls? For me, all my girls, I would say hell no. Now, anybody, Mr. Nagbe, if you have girls, will you allow your girls, if they want to do it at an adult age where they can decide for themselves, that's fine. But as on from birth to 18, they are under my roof.
That's right.
There is no way that I would subject my girls instead of being in school and learning. This is why we got home economics at the different schools. They teach you all of those things. I would not subjugate my women, my girl, to something like this and say and blame it on culture. That is cowardice. Will you, Mr. Nagbe, allow your girls to go through this?
My answer is no. But first of all, that's because we don't do that in the Southeast. And so I don't know much about it, but I know my wife is from the North. But I'm sure she's with me on this one. I wouldn't.
Thank you. Dr. Peabody, will you allow your daughters to go through this?
Well, the thing is, I would say no, but the fact that those babies in those villages and towns don't have the opportunity to make a decision.
They don't have the choice.
They don't have the choice. You're right. The parents don't even have they are forced into it. It's more like forcing them. They've not their choice. They kick them into this thing here, this inhumane act. I mean, I've been in those places. I live in Orange Grove. I saw this when they let young children come up and people expose their bodily part and put all these things on them to make them attracted to these old abusers and stuff like that. And these kids grow with it, suffer it for the rest of their life. And you're talking about that culture. What are the norms? Societal norms and stuff like that. I would never allow any child to go through that. Even my daughter, any of my relatives, or anybody I know, I will get married with a parent.
Thank you. Let me go to Seleke. Seleke. Don't Ale, you didn't hear me. Okay, there you go. Will you allow your daughter to undergo this?
Obviously not, but I just wanted to expand on something a little quick on a minute or two. And it does not reflect what my actual, my actual position is that I wouldn't because I'm not familiar, I'm not associated with those kinds of things. Just merely from the scientific point, I found the method being cruel. I found those implementing that level of surgery not to have the qualification to conduct surgery, the material being used. So many other reasons beyond the fact that it creates everlasting impact. That surgery, that's called the care for it, the instrument being used, and all of those things. So all of those things are there. But here is my son of the hypocrisy of the West. Many years ago, with us saying I support it, the issue of poor and senate society was part of the way of life for our country for a very long time. It was schools that people went to. In fact, when you define education in the Liberian context, the poor and senate society provide the informal education to us. Boys go and learn hunting, learn herbs and stuff like that. Women go and learn how to take care of their men, stuff like that. So the female generator is just one aspect of it. But here's the thing, though. For some time, it became a concern of the West. They went to Africa. It's wrong. It's bad. But here is it in the West. They are telling us when babies are born, we should not call them he or she because they have the right to decide whether to be transgender. They are pushing the idea of, let me learn, Roberts. They are pushing this idea of change of sex. Until recently, Trump came, they were taking quote-unquote slave queens into ABC schools. They are creating books. They are creating books that were teaching people in terms of they have the choice to become man or woman, even at baby ages. So I just look at the hypocrisy of the West in terms of how they view culture, the way they approach it. This gender became a serious United Nations sponsored thing across West Africa, particularly in Liberia. It became the new wave of stuff. That's good, that's great. But here it's in places like America, they are champion of this transgender thing to children to the extent that they want you to give the child to decide whether a baby wants to be or he or she, even at the age of 5 to something, bringing people in their schools to do. They're creating books of that nature as well in the different schools. I guess until recently that Trump tried to ban some of these things. So that's the hypocrisy we have to deal with it. But all in all, beyond the fact that I think scientifically it brings harm. You performing surgery with an old rusted knife. You performing no care, so it has.
You witnessed it before?
My man, I'm coming, man. You just, my man, you got.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Listen, don't let the man put sand in your gari, man. Don't listen to him. Honorable George.
Okay,
You like me, we got a lot of girls.
Let me say this, Somebody says, this, which is true, Mr. Gayman, I will plead that this particular topic, we dedicate a whole show on it because it's very sensitive. Because something, I'll be very honest with you guys. I know people who don't want to say it, but look, there have been times in your life where, look, I will say this, please say this, in your life where you meet a female and then in a mood of intimacy where the person tells you that some FGM was done to them unknown to them when they were young, and then so now it affects relationship. People, it's something that most female will tell you that don't blame me. I wasn't aware of that. Like most of the guys are saying. That's why I said it is important that we take a whole day to do a show on this because it's very sensitive. Honestly, and I was just checking just now. In Liberia, the National Council of Chiefs and Elders, they issued proclamation banning FGM. For up to today's date, the legislature, there's a bill to outlaw FGM that have been drafted and pending to the national legislature. But now, you think the president would do it? The president who got today is a traditional man. He would not put that bill before the legislature. Okay, and so too, we gotta be very careful because we got our friends, our relatives, and so forth. that are involved with it. That's why I don't like to get involved with this. So I want to bring the experts on this show. We discuss it. We'll be in detail because honestly, there are times where I'm sure. I mean, why growing up as young boys? I'm sure
Mr. George,
yeah.
Mr. George, you're being political. Will you allow your girls to go through this?
No, let me learn. While growing up, you met a young girl, and she told you. By the time you started to do, she said no. You know, and then you stop because of the culture that came about. That's why we don't get involved too much in this stuff, because somewhere along, some of you have experienced that, and there was either the female felt embarrassed, she felt ashamed, but you can't blame them for that though, because when the Peabody said so many girls were initiated at a young age, so when it happened, at that time, if they knew better, they wouldn't have done it. But that's why, again, you cannot attack the culture, because a lot of things are learned in our culture, in our stuff. Okay?
Mr. George, you still didn't answer. You still didn't answer.
No, listen to me. So,
but how long are you going to take that?
The answer is hell no. That answer hell no.
Because we got because I mean, in my family, where I'm from, the Basso tribe, I mean, they are known for doing that, but thank God, my maternal, my grandmother, my great, and so forth, they never encouraged that, right? But I'm not talking about only my family, I'm talking about other people who have experienced it, okay? And today, that's an issue that I don't think we should, right now, we're not prepared to discuss it. Let's go into our politics, because
no.
That issue right now, we should hold to discuss it, because
you see, all these politicians.
No, trust me. You got
come up with traditional
Pewee and Johnny are two traditional guys on the show, okay? And they won't say that. And
I mean, we all traditional.
No, there's certain things that you say that they won't.
Mr. George, thank you very much. Let's open our lines.
No, but let's go to Sylvester in a minute. We ask everybody the question. You ask us.
Right, you are the first person to start.
No, but let's Sylvester go. No, you ask the question. I want to answer the question too.
Okay, answer the question. No, you go now. You go.
No, I don't want Sylvester to be mad. Sylvester, go ahead.
No, Sylvester got nothing on you. Go ahead.
So obviously, my answer is hell no. But I want to just give me 1 minute, please. My answer is hell no. And yes, my brother Tomalin has been very political. Yeah, all of things he just said just now were all politics. And to Richard talked about homosexuality in this country, and how people, she. Listen, I believe in freedom, but I believe in logical freedom. And do you understand? So my daughter and my son in this country, I will love my kids regardless of who they are, unconditionally. But I know this for a fact. I know that God, I'm a Christian. God created the heaven and the earth, and God created man and woman in his own image. And I believe that very, very, very much. So if God gave me a girl, that girl is a girl for the rest of her life, as far as I'm concerned. If God gave me a boy, that boy is a boy and will become a man and a woman for the rest of his life.
But why did they decide to change?
Listen. I'm a Christian. I believe
about Christians.
I believe I would.
No, my family is about choice. That's what Rabbi is saying.
But what I'm trying to explain to you, is that when you talk about homosexuality, and I'm not going to, and I got to be very careful what I say here, because
that's a whole different show.
But you can't say we should talk. I want to respond to Richard, because Richard he follows on the show.
Yeah, but gentlemen, can I say something quickly before I go off?
No, 1 second. To be balanced is,
y'all gotta go to the line. The phone line.
I don't believe that this issue is about tradition, Tomalin. This issue is about choice. This issue is about the protection of young girls and young boys. Again, if we can retune our laws that allow adults to make decisions about poorer and single society, Let's do it. I'm all for it. When you become 18, you do what the heck you want to do. You make whatever decision you want to make that's going to affect your life. What I'm against is whatever society that force or mandate parents or young girls into this stuff that they may not agree to 25, 30 years from now. It's wrong. And we should criminalize it. We should stop it. It doesn't matter where the president is from. This is wrong. It's wrong. I don't care how you explain it. I don't care what expert you bring here. It's wrong. We should stop that.
Thank you. Let's go to the line here. Mr. Masarel, please, if you could open the line, and is Myean in the studio? Let's open the lines and let's hear from our folks what they are thinking. According to the orator on the July 26th, what are the people, when the children are singing, you want to listen to their songs. But the orator,
all right, the number for call.
He said, you didn't bring me here, you brought me here to talk about
Put the number up, Samson. Put the number up.
Put the number up, let the folks call.
Now I let the guy for the guy called 1030. Yeah, tattoo. I got my tattoo. What is it? I got my tattoo. I got my tattoo.
Rachel, when was the last time a gay couple got married in Liberia? We shouldn't measure in the minors. I mean, gay people are not the least of our concern in Liberia. When was the last time a gay couple got married in Liberia?
They've been bored.
UMC, no, but UMC has a leadership problem. They don't have a gay problem. Come on, man. Let's be real here. What's the last time a gay couple got married in Liberia?
The people are just trying to turn things differently.
Exactly.
If they listen to the messages. You know, they got a leadership crisis in our country.
They just
make us issue all the marrying gay people. Where in Liberia the other married gay people in the middle?
Exactly. So why are you worrying about that? All the gay people that are gay, they're undercover. You don't have to worry about that in Liberia. What you should worry about is a 50-year-old man dating a 15-year-old girl, but he's a bishop.
And
so UMC has a problem, a leadership problem. They don't have a homosexual problem. You
using rusted knives. Let me be quiet because I don't want to go far.
Look, I studied the history of this thing, and like Tomalin said, we'll bring on some folks who are on both sides of the argument, but the science on this particular topic is against anybody who supports this, period. There is no if or end.
Mr. Gayman, you didn't want to ask me. I don't know. Ever since
now you by yourself, so I can ask. Samson, when you're ready, let us know. Announce the name. I mean the numbers. In Myean, over there, Myean, you can come over and also open the line so we can hear from the folks. But the question here, while we wait for the guys to set up, Honorable Pewee, the question here was a very simple question. I thought it was very simple. Will you allow your daughter to undergo this as a minor?
To begin, I will begin with that, then I will move into others. So the answer to that question is absolutely no. There's an absolute to that no. Absolutely no. And let me say this. And sometimes I don't want people believing that now I want to be political. No, I don't want to be politically correct. I don't intend. My philosophy in life is to be realistic and strike the balance moving forward. I am a product of the poorer society. Now, what we learn in civics and social studies coming up, are very key, and I'm very always close to my social studies teacher because I needed to blend that and merge myself the concept of culture. Not only blending, but merging, right? So I underscore the word merge because it was part of the responsibility to learn these things, right? To understand the culture. So I'm a product of the pro society. I went to the pro society at the age, I think, 8, 9, if I'm correct. I may be something, but the 8, 9, 10, thereabout. I went to the pro society. And the mental news and the culture, at the time my parents thought it was justified that I went to the pro society because a traditional Loma man from a traditional family, it was prudent that I went to the pro society. And I went to the pro society. I got a lot of cultural training from the pro society. From the pro society, they teach you how to be a full man and a man that will be responsible. For the pro society, and mind you, it was part of the curriculum of the teaching. I think it's still part of the curriculum, if you will, that we had 2 major societies, the Sunday
and poorer society. It was part of the curriculum in the Republic of Liberia, right? That the government further enhanced and even put into the curriculum that these things should be taught. And in the very curriculum, while we were learning about Blamando and the rest of that, we also learned that in the process that we learn how to hunt, how to fish, how to be a good steward of the town, a good steward, a good citizen, and good patriot, and good diplomat. Because even in diplomacy, even the interior, diplomacy is also exhibited there. The very pro-society, diplomacy is exhibited there also, because it's an exchange between chiefs that are trying to initiate people and those that are coming to be initiated. So, right, that's conversation, diplomatic intercourses are being conducted at that interval. But yes, what I will say to that. Quickly,
yeah, you got hurry, we're gonna go to the line.
I will go back
before we had that interval.
Yes, I will go back to the other side and say to us that I said what I said about but I will not allow my kids, my girls' children to ever, because there's some other inhuman side of it that we all detest. And I detest that. My sisters and other people will all come out tomorrow, and all of our sisters before that went through in the country, in other part of Africa and other things, who spoke against these things. And that's why I will say to that aspect of it. Can we now collectively as people come to the conversation and say, hey, we will remove this side of it and just take them to teach them about the sensitive aspect of life? Is that acceptable by our country? The government can get involved through the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and rather we can initiate these things. But someone just struck a point. I will end on Jerome. I think it was Ahmed that said that's part of the hypocrisy here, right? If this was in Liberia, I think Raul created, but Raul created something when someone 2-year-old, they should be trying to say this and that. Raul didn't get created on the other side. Do we also know there's in this place? We got this early marriage thing that's been promoted here. Why is that part of this place? Do you know that, Gayman and Raul?
Yes, I denounce any act. I denounce any premature.
So we can come together to agree on the good side of it, but I against that part of it.
Yes, I do. I denounce any act, premature, immature act.
Can we legislate something in the country to say we'll remove this part of it completely? Because yes, we're using unsterilized materials on those innocent kids. They're using things that, I mean, it's brutal. So we need to stop.
How sure are you guys? You guys been there before? When this,
come on! Now we got data. We got data.
No.
Mr. Mazare.
When is it before?
First and foremost, I will have this. First and foremost, they are not medical doctors. Only doctors are trained to do this in nurses and doctors. Why? Do you know? Let me say something here. We don't want to go deep into it. That's why I say for me, I will.
Then we'll push back. Because
they are not medical doctors.
All you want.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I agree.
You know what the people did there. You know what the people did.
What are you talking about? People who been there before.
We got data. We got data.
I still respect the culture, but we can amend some portion of it.
But when you go down there, you say, oh, in other things, you say what? You high left from there?
No, we know this.
But you know this for a fact because people who been there have shared.
Let's go to the phone line.
Let's go, Mazare. Let's go to the phone line. Can you announce the phone, please? The line, please.
Mine left.
But the line is open. We haven't got a call yet.
Okay, no, they have not announced the number. We've been talking. Myean, you go ahead and announce the number.
Will stop. But my thing is that.
Yeah, so let me tell you announce the line.
Yeah, Tomalin, I respect your view. To be frank, we can respect guys of culture to respect our culture. I agree that we can.
Let's go,
we have 2 minutes for hours on Truth FM. So let me try to announce the number so we can just run through. Then Sansi Mosure can take the balance score. So the number to call 077649986. Also 0772 176273. The numbers to call to 0777 649986 or 07. Okay, so we'll have the first call on the line here. Hello, caller. Nima, what do you call from?
Hello.
Yeah, Nima, what do you call from?
Okay, I'm calling from Soul Clinic in Pinsville.
Okay, make your contribution tonight.
My name is Fofana. And the discussion you guys are having, I know many of you live in America. Since you left from here, you go on that side, you feel that everything that happened here pertaining to Pearl and Sunny is not good. I went into process until 1979. We stayed there up to 1980. Go to Dopoh. I was there. But we look now, come to Morovia here. And see all the big girls on the streets because they have no cultural orientation. They damage the society. I thought you guys would be even trying to promote our culture in a positive way. Then I don't see the negative in that. Many of you guys are over there. Your mother went through all of those processes before the boil, and you guys are about opportunity of going in the state. And then you try to buy more our culture here.
Okay, thank you. Let's see how we can take this next caller. Hello, caller. Name, where do you call from? Oh God, we lost that call. So 077764986. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yeah. Name, where do you call from?
You bring Toby report or no?
From Lofa County.
Okay, make your contribution for Lofa County.
No, poet. Thank you, man.
Maybe some of you people now, President Tomalin was a member of Cross Society. Then Tatira too, the member of Cross Society. Even Dopoh of Cross Society. I beg you, I want you to talk about your botanic pride. Those things are as people used to live low. That's how you're living short. If you really, when you put our will be bow, I don't. We take course of it will be bad for you people.
Okay. Are you also a member?
No, you can't talk about why you can't talk about my son Christ.
Okay.
Am I right? I got a point.
I will recommend we send it to Rufa.
All right. Thank you. Let's take the next caller. Hello, caller. Name, where do you call from?
I thought that's small topic you're playing with.
Don't worry about it, Chief. You be
Okay,
dodging it, we know. You play dodgeball.
All the panelists that's on the show tonight, but just to be very quick, I have also worked on the issue for a length of time. I'm a social worker. I work for an NGO on the activism awareness with making harmful practices. So everything is one of them. But
okay.
I believe there are some missteps and procedural errors.
So
You gotta
Did he go off?
Yeah, he
went off.
But
Okay.
what's the thing guy in the call? The other guy.
But we got Zach, we are also on 90.
All right, for Kia Radio, the number to call 0777959. I repeat, 0777959, the number to call.
Let's get this other number on the screen.
One minute, caller. Caller got 1 minute. Go ahead, caller. You got 1 minute. You live. Go ahead. You live. Go ahead. Oh, caller, you live.
Okay. You gotta put on speaker now.
Well, but look, while waiting for the calls to come in, I don't care with another number. Look, it's a very sensitive topic.
That's what we're talking about. It. We don't shy away from. We're not shy away from sensitive.
The topic, honestly, right?
Yeah, but let's find a for a show now. But we still have to talk about it.
I got caller. Caller got 1 minute.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys.
You got 1 minute.
Tomalin, you were asking if people got proof and nobody been there. Let me tell you, I heard this thing all through while I was in Liberia. You know, the first place I saw it vividly was in a book in France.
Hello.
I'm telling you, the whole thing. Just as they do it. I saw it in a book in France. So to ask for proof, yeah, they are proof. But the other thing that Pewee was saying, Pewee to add to your argument, yes, they need to cut out some of these things. But to say that it's teaching you to be male or it's teaching you to be woman, so the global people or the cool people who don't go there, they can't be male or woman. So we need to stop this. And look, like the white people society, they evolve. Like African people need to learn to evolve. We keep in this primitive life. That's why we keep on being backward. We gotta change, and we gotta support the change, regardless if we be in it or not. My both grandparents, my grandmother and my grandfather were the chief zone for Lofa County. But none of their ever went to that place. Why?
Exactly.
Why?
Okay.
You never heard.
Okay.
Stop it.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Listen.
We have someone on the line.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
hello, caller. Make your name and where do you call from?
Okay, I'm Pastor Daniel Crow, and I call from Bloomington, Bloomington in Liberia.
Okay, make your point.
Okay, I'm also the chairman of the Bamona community in Bloomington.
Okay, go ahead.
Life is about progress. Now, in the previous days, our people days, they have now opened vast education. That's why they did things. But now our eyes are open to education in the modern and the civilized world. Should we continue negative acts? I would say 100% no. Now, let me just give you another experience. Excuse me to say to our people in Radio Land, our mothers and sisters, it is believed, it is observed. Women who go into these kind of societies, sexually, they are very much have to be satisfied in bed. You know, they are very much have to be satisfied in bed with men. So if you marry yourself a woman who are going to the society, because a principal, you know, say is playing with, or is caught, you observe that sexuality is very much have to be satisfied. So you enter the woman in the womb, she will prefer to go out. They also have negative impact on the womb. Because we were Christians, one woman. The woman will not be satisfied in bed with you. She will rather go out against another man.
Okay.
Because the rest was closed. Excuse me, say that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take the next caller. Hello, caller. Name and where do you call from?
Not true, man.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Charles.
Make a point.
I call from Soul Clinic. Yeah, the issue of FGM need to be discussed with skill, with skill, because it's something that a practice that people have been in, for rapid ages. We understand that there are some practices that are actually harmful, but most of the practices that are done, most of them are positive. They have positive impact. So when we discuss about FGM to just work away, it's a skill. It's actually a skill if we have a discussion with, but to get discussion, the way you put other people discuss it that way, it's not just possible to say we discuss it. So if you have to discuss it with skill, because also if you discuss it for someone to just pronounce it in a more even sound like an insult, like an embarrassment to them. So you have to discuss it with skill, but if not so, your goal will never be met.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So,
All right. So the number to call here radio 0772 17 62 73.
All I got 1 minute. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Okay, y'all take the other number down since.
Yeah, you got 1 minute. Got 1 minute. Go ahead, 1 minute.
We have someone here on the line, but anyway,
we come in.
Tomalin.
So, my name is Paul Samoa.
Yeah, just be on the line.
Are you getting me?
Yeah, 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
Yeah, my name is Paul Samoa. I'm calling from Massachusetts, USA. So, thank you for the topic on the discussion. But I want to say this, right? The topic discussed tonight is, I'm not looking at it to be anything, but I'm a member too of the Foreign Society anyway, from Bapuru. But today, I agree with some of you on some of the things you said. But I think when you come to the Sani society is to do amendment. But this is our tradition. In this Western world we live in today, the people, we don't have any decision with all the taxes and other things we do here. They just impose anything that they believe is right, which we know in Africa is not right. That is our tradition. So we cannot just abandon it because of maybe somebody go to school, right? You go to school, but there must be something that our forefathers brought, and we have to live according to that. Abandoning all these things is only going by the Western world tradition. That is their tradition we are following. Like Johnny said before, when it comes to gay marriage. Today, when you are over there, if you go to Liberia, today somebody when they say they're not married, men want married men, you will not agree. But you in America, you cannot do any you don't have anything to say inside. Because that's what the people system agree to. Right? So why can't we just try to amend our own than to say we're abandoning everything? We cannot abandon it. That is not right.
Thank you. Myean.
Yeah. So something is there. That's something kind of
So Care Radio, the numbers are called because we have an issue with the main line here until tomorrow. So I will use my personal phone. Phone number so 0772 1762 73. I repeat 0772 1762 73 for Care Radio.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take this call. Let's take this caller. Hello, caller. Hello. Yeah, your name and where do you call from?
Okay, this is Peter Johnson. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Okay, make a point.
Okay, thank you for the show. The whole society video is in Liberia. I want if the somebody in jail said they get free. So society video talk say you get tired. Everybody is tired. And let me drop down to the point on that they were talking about. You see, all of y'all are there. Your managers are born they were being as started before you go down there. So it will not be easy.
All right. So I got a call. I got a call.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Mohammed Shet.
You breaking, your alarm breaking. Hello, your alarm is breaking.
Sharif Mohammed Asaf from Lofa County, living in the borough of I'm interested in the conversation from the beginning where the studio guests were discussing the accident cases, especially for the Bamajila Highway.
All right, so make an input. We get to make an input.
Okay. The Bamajila Highway, especially the Rubber Sport and the Pony Highway, the brother continue to refer on the Bamajila Highway. The Pony Highway is more damage to the especially with the company, the Turning Union and the Western Crosser company that are moving there. Secondly, you both spoke on the president car using on that road and that he doesn't see anything. Yes, it's true because the money does not come from his pocket. He used the citizen funds to buy any car and
All right, sorry we lost him. You can still call that number 0772 1762 73 for Care Radio.
They Rachel when you're passing looking for trouble today. I like she introduced a new word I have not used in a long time, ashtray. Since somebody talking ashtray. Yeah, so gentlemen, when we're talking about psychological impact, psychological injury, anything that you do to a child before they turn 18 when they don't have a choice, it's a crime. Whether you want to relegate that to the Western society or not, it is a crime. If the whole world say you are wrong, you cannot be the only one that say you are right. And we are also, we are missing the topic here. Somebody say we're talking about abandoning the culture. No, we are not saying abandon your culture. We are saying get rid of the evil part of the culture. Go ahead.
But who defines what is evil?
You tell us. Johnny. So Johnny, you don't think there's nothing evil about this culture?
I'm really disappointed.
You won't alter anything about it.
No, but you're saying that people doing the culture wrong. What you're saying?
But let Johnny answer the question. So Johnny, you won't alter anything about this culture.
Myean, when you get a call, gentlemen, you get a call.
We have someone in now. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm now a standing president, but I'm going to disclose those. I want you to close the thing and talk about politics. Okay, about Liberia culture. People will not give the ring.
Your name.
I'm Michael Pachibo. Michael from the Southeast Division. I'm on Liberia.
Okay, Michael Pachibo. Okay, thank you.
So my advice to you, anyway, is a good analysis, but I want to close that paper.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So his input is we should close it. Nobody should talk about it. And it will just go away because we don't talk about it. Listen, gentlemen, and like I was telling you.
So Mr. Gilman, is this part of the CMC agenda?
What? if listen, I would tell Musa, I would advise.
So no, now. And why coming from CMC so we can know about it and know how to prepare ourselves for you. So if it's the CMC agenda, okay, now we understand what CMC is about. That's no problem. Y'all got out of phase here, right? We have to discuss this issue within the context of understanding people's cultural right. You understand what I'm saying? You cannot just get up and say somebody way of life is evil. No, I read the text. I will not say on the platform and let you be such statement. But if this is CMC agenda, no problem. We receive you in Liberia. We provide the platform. We discuss in detail.
Johnny, you asked me a question. Let me answer the question. You say it is CMC agenda. I'm telling you, I will categorically say to Musa Ability that this thing has to be pushed in the Senate and the House so it can become criminalized. That would be my advice to him.
Okay, so wait, let me ask you something. So let's hold a national election on the matter. Let's hold election in the matter. No need to argue. Let's hold a general election in Liberia. Let's go an election in Liberia. Say how many Liberian people will go against cultural parties or support cultural parties? Let's go for election and they both close. But let me ask you one question.
That's a false.
Let me ask you one question. Wait, I have one question. Do you circumcise your son?
Yes, because it's hygienic.
Why?
It is proven. I just told you.
Because it's hygienic.
It's medical.
Do you know how many men? 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 No. Listen. Do you know? But did you know that the intent, the historian of circumcision was not particularly a health issue? Do you know if you go back? You talk about biblical. If you go back to the history of circumcision, do you know the reason for circumcision of males?
Johnny, all sociology will tell you.
Okay.
You don't use why you use it because you cannot define intent. Nobody can define.
Johnny, I think.
What happened one day? Why don't you wait? No. Why don't you wait? Let your son be 18, 19, and decide when to circumcise himself.
You are talking about the early age. The medical data says.
No, listen, gentlemen. Why don't you let your son grow up at the age of 18, 19, go to school and learn about biology, everything, and decide that he will be circumcised or not? Do you know that your son is not having circumcising him in the Gilman?
Johnny, you are running for Senate in Dopoh, and we know where you're coming from. So that's
I'm very clear. I'm very clear about what I'm seeing here. I'm very clear about what I'm seeing here. I will not be deceptive. I'll be very clear. Allow your son to grow at the age of 18, 19, 20. Let him decide when to be circumcised. Don't circumcise him at the early age.
Give me a minute. Let me say this quickly. So this Poro and Sunday, they are not evil society.
Nobody said that.
They are not evil society, right? It's not. And that's what I said to you before I said this. I said for me, I went to the Pro Society and I got a lot of basic training from the Pro Society. Do we have some of these society that we have? Do we have concerns that needed for to put into place some safety concern to protect the tradition? Those concerns can be discussed and we can do it. But for anyone,
I like that possibility. I like that.
For anybody to categorize them to be evil, I vehemently reject and oppose that. That is a misrepresentation.
I support you for that.
Representation of that. It's not an evil society.
But Pewee, nobody said that. He said that particular practice. Go ahead.
Let me for a second. Let me say this for real.
No, that practice is not even. It's unsafe. So we can get rid of unsafe aspect.
What do you unsafe?
Thank you.
It's not evil. It's not evil.
It's not evil.
What do you call evil, Mr. Gilman? That's the point, man.
It is evil.
I think what Mr. Gilman is saying here is
I don't think, and I stand corrected, I don't think that he's saying that the entire practice is evil. And I concur with Sylvester. There are parts of it that are concerning to me, and I think those parts could be altered.
Okay.
These things are not cultural practices can be altered. By the way, slavery was once cultural and legal in this country, but we all know that slavery was not right. But it's interesting that you brought up circumcision. By the way, circumcision cannot be compared, right? Medically, there are medical references to circumcision other than just cultural practices, Johnny. That you cannot.
Okay, please share with me your medical references on the women. Please share with me the literature.
Guys, please.
Johnny, please.
Johnny,
You are a sociologist like me. Please don't go that route. Please,
Can I come in?
the data is
But
overwhelming.
I haven't even landed yet.
Share with me, please. Share with me, please.
Okay, when I come back here tomorrow, I'll bring you a abundance of literature.
Can we just talk one at a time? I want to just say something, Johnny. What I'm saying is, I've had experience from females telling me what they go through, and that they have to live with that trauma for the rest of their lives. And when they share the situation and the trauma, I'm talking about females here.
Tomalin, why are you laughing?
I don't know what he's laughing at. Whether he's making funny again with Tomalin.
Tomalin laughing, you know what I mean?
Okay. I don't want
because you say you are
okay. You're talking. I'm talking again.
Okay. So give me a few seconds, yeah.
Let me
give me a few points, please. Yeah.
Johnny, let me
land. There you go.
All right, I got a call.
I'll let Robert land.
Gentlemen, I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking. I've been asking questions.
Hold on, we got a call. Go ahead.
Hello. Please introduce yourself. All right. You will listen to the show. So, what's your input?
This is Africa. We are in Liberia. We believe in culture and tradition. For me, I joined the project that day. A full member of the project that day. And our forefather lived by the tradition. They grew by it. But right now, it's one female star. Actually, it's bad. I mean, I don't talk about it on the show, but it's bad. It's female star. But for the male star, I think it's okay. Because I'm a star, I got to with them.
We lost our record, but he was giving a supporting point towards for the male and supporting the Peabody argument that
Johnny, your point. That is a good point. You say.
Can I say something now, gentlemen?
After Rama, then Mr. Nagbe.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, Mr. Johnny.
So when will I speak?
No, but you just
Johnny, when you stop down, will you calm down?
No, I've been asking questions.
Yeah.
Johnny, but wait now.
I've been asking questions as all. I've been asking questions as all.
Okay, but Johnny, the Montana, let me speak now. Johnny, you are completely wrong when you compare circumcision to what we're talking about, right? They are medical, and don't even sit on the show and tell me to give you medical proof. They are medical, it's been proven, not just in America. This is not from the West. Across the world, there are medical reasons behind circumcision, such as HIV infections, such as pineal cancer, and these things have been studied and they have been proven. Circumcision is not.
No, I'm not asking for circumcision. I'm asking for the female. No, don't misquote me. Robert, my point is not all circumcision. My point is on giving reference on the female part you're talking about. For the male company, I understand that. That's my issue with circumcision. Medical reason, no. That's my issue there. It's a female issue.
But if that was the case, then Johnny, you would not have asked Mr. Gayman the question, because your point of the question is, okay, if you cannot badge circumcision, why are you badging FGM?
which does not compare. It's not the same thing. That's the point that I'm making to you. It's not the same thing because it's been medically proven. Now, I want you to tell me, outside of the cultural practices you talk about, what is medically beneficial to a woman going through that process? Listen, we all respect tradition. And someone said, and I'll close on this note, someone said that we should respect culture. Listen, when you arrange marriage of babies to men as old as grandparents, this is not, it's not a policy to keep girls off the streets. I think we need to approach this from a sensitive, from a logical perspective, and we don't have to be sensitive about it, right? There are good things about what's happening here, and we talk about that. The grooming of young men to be independent, I think is good. To understand what adulthood actually means, I think is good. There are also good things when it comes to the women's side. But again, we should look at this holistically and say, listen, is it our right to take young women as young as 8, 9, 10 years old into a process that 25, 30 years from now, they may not necessarily agree with? Or can we agree that when a woman turns 18 years old and she decides, after understanding the processes and the effects and the pros and cons, if she decides to go through that process, then that's her decision. Can we agree to that? What's happening right now is the decision and the mandate of a society forcing young women on the processes that they may not necessarily agree with 30 years from now. So culture are good, but not all cultural practices are good. Not everything that's legal is good. So we should look at it from that perspective. We're not saying discontinue the entire process, but look and see what are some of the bad things, the negative impact, and alter those things for the century we're in. We're in 2025. We're not in 200 years ago what our parents, our great-grandparents went through. Times have changed, and we've got to evolve. There are bad things about this process, and we've got to get rid of them. That's all we're saying.
Mr. Nagbe, after you, let me welcome Mr. Dix. Go ahead, Mr. Nagbe.
Thank you very much. Lord, this has been a very, very interesting conversation. And I'm glad that Sylvester finally came around to my point. And the point I was making is this. This is a cultural practice that has some good things in it, but it also does have some negatives. And today we concentrated more on the negative aspect of it. When I said that, he said I contradicted myself, but Robert just said it, and now he agrees with me. But I'm happy that we're settling on this. I'm disappointed in Johnny. Johnny just came here to pander. He doesn't want us to talk about this, but he's not here to tell us what is good about it. He just wants us not to talk about it because then it will not get him elected. And then he gets up to attack the CMC. I don't understand.
Thank you.
I am really disappointed.
Thank you.
You said nothing here to support the fact that this is a good practice. It has some good things in it. So I will pass it on to you if the moderator will allow me so that you can come and defend.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr.
Your CMC people should attack Johnny because this is the political fear. To say people should agree with this so CMC cannot win an election. This is wrong, Johnny.
One minute. Let me welcome Mr. Dix. Mr. Dix, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Nice to be on. Good evening, my fellow panelists.
I already know what this coming say.
Dix, you are a politician. I put you in the lion's den.
We already know you can't.
You're about to be political correct.
No, trust me. Like I posted earlier when I was offside doing something. I said this is a culturally sensitive issue. It should be handled delicately. You know, when these things, this is where
this is coming from a region that is also traditionally child, so he will be very careful.
No, the man want to go back to Kenya. He knows.
Go ahead.
I mean, let me talk, man. Don't preach.
The man want to go to Kenya tomorrow.
Let me talk.
Yeah,
so, I know you in Robertsport. I can see in the background Robertsport, so be careful.
You cannot. I heard people say, "Oh, this is criminal. This is criminal." You know, you cannot criminalize people's cultural behavior. You know what I mean?
Excellent.
So if we want to have a national discussion around this thing, you got to bring the stakeholders in there. People like Johnny, people like Pewee that have been through the thing. You got other females that are national figure that have been through the thing. Then they can talk to the people and then they can say, you know what I mean? Let people say certain things are not that don't go with today's norm. Yeah. We can take that all and stick with the core teaching.
Exactly.
And then the other thing is, again, we say, oh, this is 100-year behavior. Liberia is 178 years old, and these people are living less than 200 miles from the capital city and behaving that. So what's the determinant do you have for the women to not go there? Do you have food for them to go to? Do you have any kind of training to give them? Nothing. These people are less than 200 miles from the city, and they're still living primitive life. So you expect those kind of behavior. It's a culturally sensitive issue. Oh, you can't criminalize it. Let's be honest, you cannot criminalize it.
Yes, you can.
And you cannot just outright ban it. You got to bring them to the table. Because guess what? I'm coming. No, listen. They see people that are banning it. They see people that say, "Oh, Joseph Boga is my traditional uncle."
So because it's not being implemented.
Listen. You cannot cherry pick culture that benefit culture tradition that benefit you.
No. Because the government fails to implement this practice, does not make it right. That's what I'm saying. Criminalize it.
Nah, you guys are interrupting now. You're interrupting the team.
Listen, everybody.
Did you agree that at one point human sacrifice was cultural to almost all culture?
No, in our normal culture about sex sacrifice, human sacrifice.
Listen,
it is.
It was human sacrifice was culturally acceptable. Yes,
of course, it's still happening today.
Which tribe?
In Ghana, it's happening in Ghana. In some of the
Tomalin, when tribe in
listen, Mr. Tomalin,
what do you define mob justice?
Do you agree that sacrifice was a cultural acceptable practice? You agree to that?
Never in Liberia.
I didn't say. Come on, I didn't say Liberia. Do you agree that it was an acceptable?
Gayman.
Yes.
Human sacrifice is taking the life of somebody against the will. In this case, when we talk about poor and sandy society, these young men and women are taken there by their parents.
No. It's not. No.
They are forced to go in there.
No, they are not forced. No, they are not forced. They are not forced.
Children, 9 years old. Just a 9-year-old child has a choice.
Robert, they don't go around grabbing you from the tie.
Yes.
No. Gentlemen, please, I beg you guys. You guys let me talk something. I beg you. Mr. Gilman, please. Mr. Gilman, please, man. Let me provide my information, please.
Johnny,
please.
Don't be
Let me beg you to give me a few minutes, please.
No. I won't let you go any further because in Monrovia, we got cases where people were going and grabbing children from the streets.
Okay, you are wrong, Mr. Gayman. You're wrong. I can tell you.
Mr. Gilman, can you allow me to tell you some information about power and Sunday?
I will bring the articles tomorrow.
No, you see, Mr. Gilman, you are discriminating with
tomorrow.
Mr. Gayman, yeah, is it? So traditionally,
arrest my kids.
No, Pewee, I beg you, man. Can you give me? I said, Pewee, I beg you, man. Let me use your time. Say this, you know what I mean? Let me use your time, Pewee. I beg you.
Everybody got 2 minutes to close because it's 12 o'clock. We gotta go.
Yeah, Gayman.
You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah. And let me say this because we can sit here. We allow mis and disinformation, blatant mis and disinformation towards this culture and all of it. So that's what I would say. Now, people are not coerced to go there, or people are not. There's no level of coercion, anything or coercion, basically.
Okay.
So
families. Real quick, a child that is 9 years old, you say your 9-year-old child will go there.
That's what I'm saying.
By their own volition.
Family will engage the chief zones and all of this. There's a way that you.
So the child has no say so in that. So you agree with me?
Man.
From the perspective of you,
it's a child. 9-year-old child cannot make a decision. You know that.
The parents do the determination.
So then that's wrong.
But let me say this in regard to the female.
But no. If
the parents take a daughter,
you guys were claiming that children were captured. You said they were being captured. Now you agree that the parents take right there. There's two different things.
So no one.
I will bring the articles tomorrow.
They are not in the street moving about. Let me go and they are not in the street moving about.
I will bring you. I covered that story in Monrovia twice.
That is.
I will bring it tomorrow. You will see it.
That if folks were conscripted or kids were conscripted to be put in the Sunday or Pearl Bush.
Have you heard of Deborah Parker? Have you heard of Deborah Parker?
Yes.
Have you heard of Deborah Parker? Her daughter, she was forced to take her 2 daughters to the Sender's Butch.
Who forced her?
Don't do that. Yes.
No, I come in now. Well, who forced her?
What do you mean who forced her? The chiefs, the society. The society. The society forced her to do it. There was a whole thing on that.
Guys, you got 2 minutes here, so we can go. It's after 12. We'll come back to this.
No, listen, this is a very sensitive thing. But again, while we agree that it's sensitive, we have to remove ourselves from the mis and disinformation here. And that's the point about it. And you just said something, Deborah's who falls. Who falls out? Then you stuck in the middle. You can't come out and say who falls out. So that is no information you're trying to give us.
No. Let me read it. I'll take my 2 minutes. I'll take my 2 minutes. Can I take 2 minutes?
Let me 1 minute. Let him finish. Got 1 more minute on here. Oh no. Let's
go. Gentlemen, I need to speak, man, please.
Yeah, you got 1 minute.
Yeah, so I will end on a 1 minute. So what I would say, and as I said before, there's other side of good practices about this initiative of this society. And as a matter of fact, we all studied. Those of us that went to school back for many decades in Liberia, we learned it in social study, right? And about our two major society, we learn it. I mean, other society, but the two major ones we have in Liberia, and the Sunday and the Poro society. And this society got unique attributes in terms of traditional practices and the rest of that. So can we take more emphasis towards those good attributes and see where we can do some course correct and move on? That is the point. But to say people are conscripted or people are being coerced to take their children, no. This is men, family decides we have to accomplish this cultural responsibility. So our kids will have to attend. The family make a decision, and as a matter of fact, the family will prepare. They will get the meat, the rice ahead of time. So to prove that they are not coerced, they will carry all of the contribution as to what is going to be done and what is going to happen. They prepare for it. They prepare for ceremony thereafter and all those things. So it is some of those things. Can we work on the wrong side of it and correct and move on? But in terms of it being barbaric and other things, I refute that. That is far from the reality. It just shows I want to push that thing up. But there's nobody said the
Thank you, Robert. Hold on 1 minute. Robert, hold on 1 minute. Johnny, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you. Let me pick up on where Pewee dropped it. Let me give you a reference in the case study of Lofa County. Lofa County, the issue of Poro and Sunday is not just as you see it, it also has a serious religious undertone. Serious religious undertone, all than that. Now, here's what it is. The fact that we have Poro and Sunday, culturally, it's done in the way that men have 4 years and it rotates according to the tribal settlements. So, like right now, for example, in Zozo area, last year was the end of Poro. The land was turned over to the women this Sunday. Meaning now we cannot do any Poro matter in the entire Zozo land. And if, for example, an elderly person dies, and that requires us to do a traditional ritual for him, we have to go to the Sunday zone and ask her for permission so they can lift temporary bench to allow us to perform how to perform as a council men.
You don't have to explain that on the radio.
No. I know that they gotta understand the value of what we're talking about here, right?
You got 1 more minute, sir.
Okay,
yeah, no problem. So the issue I want to make here for all to understand is that even right now, the graduate you saw in Konya, 99% of them were all adults. The graduates you saw in Konya, 99% were all adults. So they're in their 20s, in their 30s, even in their 40s. Adults before that screen. And I got a lot of information about that. So to sit here and say people are conscripted by force, no. When I went to Poro, and of course, the child doesn't know what is good and bad for them. It is the parent decide what is good or bad for you. When I went to Poro, I was 10 years old. I didn't know what was happening. But now that I've graduated from there, I've gone through several layers. Now I know the value of what I went through. I would have even regretted if I'm not going to Poro at this age where I am to see how I'm going to be especially catastrophized in Lofa County or in other areas. The fact that I know Poro issues, I go in the Southeast and I understand how to live in the Southeast. And I see similarities in the Southeast. Cultural similarities. They may not have the same practice, the same name, but I see the same cultural values that I see in Grand Crew, in Sano, in Rewaji, in Maryland, in Grangida, even in Riverside and Paso, where I see those things. So I want to tell you guys that we need to find a time and we sit together and discuss the issue. Now, to close on this matter, the issue of women issue. I'm closing now, right? Let me close now. On the issue of the women issue, we need to invite women that have been there, like my mother or sisters, women of that category that have been there. They should be the one that will go and sit with their mothers in their very good environment and discuss the issues that they have experienced growing up. It is not all the men discussing this. This is a complete violation of a tradition, right? The women, my mother been there, and I have been discussing with her many times to see how they can go and be part of those things and what they have learned over the period that they see is good or bad. They can discuss it with their mothers and see how we can make the necessary changes, but not us as men discussing it. So let me have all of you. It's not good for you guys to discuss this as men. But on behalf of all of you, I will put quarter down for you to forgive you for discussing the matter on a public platform. Thank you.
Don't forgive and don't apologize on my behalf because I'm categoric and I know it is wrong and this is what I believe. Don't apologize on my behalf. Go ahead, Robert.
So Deborah Parker, on the 28th of September 2021, her 15-year-old daughter was walking the streets of Mount Barkley, the town near Capital Monrovia, with her friend when a woman connected to the zoo's traditional leaders threatened to take the young girls to the Sandal Bush, a secret society for women where the initiation includes female genital mutilation, FGM. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So Parker went to the police station and she basically expressed her concerns about what was happening. By the way, Deborah Parker was also initiated in the FGM when she was 10 years old. Her parents initiated her in that, and she made very clear that she did not like that as an adult. That's not something that she felt that decision she would have made. On November 10th, more than six weeks later, Parker was informed that her daughter and 42 other girls had been transferred to another location in town. Parker went to the place where she heard her daughter was being kept, grabbed her, and took her home. But the damage had already been done. She had undergone FGM and had missed weeks of school. So for anyone to sit here to buttress some narrative that everything about this culture is good, that people are not forced into this thing, I think it's just disingenuous. No one is saying that we should not respect our culture, but we also, as sensitive as this is, we also must be reminded that there were things many years ago that were legally right, that were legal, that were not right. Slavery was one of them. Was not right. People are still being impacted by it today. Cultural practices are good, but there are bad parts of our cultural practices that we must speak out against. I don't care what anyone says. I believe that a young woman should be able to make decisions, especially impactful and sensitive decisions about her body, such as FGM, herself. She should be able to do that because this is a lifelong impact. And when that woman turns 18 or 21 and she understands the culture and she thinks that this is good for her and her life, of course, go ahead and do that. But for babies to be initiated, whether by parents or by this into something that they have absolutely no knowledge about, they have no knowledge about the impact, the long-term impact. By the way, these folks, their parents are long gone. These parents were illiterate. They didn't have the time to educate their kids on why they took them there, why they went through these processes. Most of them are still lost today.
Your time is up.
Let me close on the note. Let's not add that this is all bad. No, I don't think Mr. Gayman is saying this is all bad. I don't think I'm saying this is all bad. But let's go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to the drawing board and say, listen, it's wrong for babies to be initiated by parents or by whoever. It's wrong. Let them make that decisions on their own. And if anyone wants to use this as a political tool to threaten political parties who have a legit concern about this, a part of this FGM, it's also wrong. We cannot fear people into silence and to say, you know what, oh, is this CMC agenda? Okay, we know where you're on now. We're prepared. It's wrong. We must denounce this. We must speak up against this, and it's wrong. People should not fear and bully people into silence.
Thank you. Nagbe, your 2 minutes.
I'm sorry I was muted, but thank you very much. Great show, guys. Look, I would take my 2 minutes to talk about something that we didn't have a chance to talk about. I read coming on here in the Investigator that my in-laws, the Nimba Legislative Caucus, are whining that they've been left out of official functions. I believe we all know about a $1.4 billion MDA agreement before the president went to speak good English with Donald Trump. And then there were 2 other dedications. I think the most recent one was yesterday, I believe, or over the weekend, carried out by their own son, the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. Even though some of them were in attendance, they were not acknowledged, not allowed to speak. I'm just wondering, I don't know them all, but I know Jan Flomo. He was my classmate on Cardinal with this. He was in the science department. He's a very smart guy. He's passionate about his county. He loves his people. But what did they expect? Let me tell you, my in-laws, there is a reason why in this country, even 2 days to elections, there are people who are still undecided. Why? Because when you do that, you allow yourself to be begged, to be pandered, so because everybody wants you. But when you declare from the beginning of everything that I'm already on this side, you've already declared that you are with the rescue government. You went inside with Musa Bilete, you ate with him, you did everything. You said you're going to get back to him. You didn't even have the gall to get back to him personally. You told him by social media that, we can't come because the VP told you to go and pack it and sit down. Let me tell you something. 2029, everybody's looking at Nimba. If you don't know yet, the VP himself is floundering and he's looking for his own position. He wants to be the first among equals in Nimba. And so he'll do everything to marginalize you. This must be breaking news to you, but I'm sure you already knew that. He wants to either be the one coronated to run or to run with the president, if you didn't know that. And so he's going to marginalize you every chance he gets. Why? Because you're already in his corner. And what are you getting for it? Peanuts. So you can go ahead and whine and do whatever, until you discover the power that lies in your hands, you will continue to be marginalized. But I love you all, my in-laws.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We do not want to confuse what we are talking about here when we're talking about family. We will come back to this topic. We will bring, Mr. Dix, you were back. Your 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I would just reiterate some of the things I said before. It's culturally sensitive. I know I heard Robert mentioning about Mount Bagley. If you know a little bit of Liberian history, those issues have been touching issues with this poor and silent society that have been operating close into a metropolitan area. Back in the 80s, they had an issue in Bangetan. They had, I think, Mr. Nagbe, if you remember, they had a big issue in Bon County with the Madingo and the Pele people where Doe had to go to Edward Komusaka. So, I mean, that's a valid point. When you're operating in urban areas where people move freely, you try to restrict their movement. That is a problem. But like I say, it's a culturally sensitive issue, need to be discussed by the stakeholders. There's some parts of it that are good, there's some parts of it that need to be taken out. And how do you take it out? The stakeholders sit with them. The stakeholders are people that are successful in our society that went through those ordeals. They sit with them and talk to those souls. I mean, they are reasonable people. They are not people that are baked into some idea that they can change. They are reasonable, but to just sit and just criminalize, cultural behavior as a whole, I would not agree. I would not agree with that. I'm very sensitive to people's culture, and I know there's a certain part of it that has issues, and those issues can be addressed. But to just criminalize it as a whole and just blanket it, it's evil, it's this, and nobody get conscripted. I've never been part of it. I got relatives that have been part of it. None of them were conscripted. They were taken by the parents. And I don't understand. You say a child cannot make. Yeah, our kids don't choose their school. We choose the school for them until they reach the age of 18 and decide for themselves. But I mean, it's a cultural thing. So certain part need to be changed. We agree with that. But nobody gets conscripted into that thing. Nobody gets conscripted in that thing. I know that there's issue with urban areas, people setting up Sunday and Pearl Society in the urban areas and try to catch people and say, oh, you trespass and all that stuff. And that's been an issue a long time in the 80s. I remember when Edward Saka was Minister of Internal Affairs. Nice show, guys. I'll turn it over.
Yeah, in my closing, I have to make it clear. Whenever a family member, a father, a son, takes a child and put them in harm's way, It is criminal. You are going to go to jail. It's child abuse. We know that. It's acceptable. That's the law. And I'm saying here, nobody is saying that the entire culture, we are saying that particular part of the culture is wrong. That particular part of the culture. And this is not sensitive at all. This is a topic that we need to talk about. It is not sensitive. We will talk about it. And tomorrow, or when we have the experts here, in graduate school, I did a whole semester on this. And we'll go over the history of it. Why? And you notice tonight, it's all men that call, discussing with the issue. You know why? Because these laws were put in place by men to protect men, to benefit men. And I will give you the history of it tomorrow, or when we meet. There's a whole school of thought about this, and you will find out.
Give me, you don't come and lecture us, and part of that issue you give, no, it was never. And if,
you can't sit on a 50-story building and tell somebody that cultural behavior is criminal. That's unacceptable. You can't say somebody's cultural behavior is criminal.
You cannot argue the data. You can argue my opinion, but you cannot argue the data.
No, but the data that you provided is flawed.
Okay. Well, then you
who collected the data? Who collected the data?
When you believe it, then
who collected the data?
When you like it, that is not flawed. But when you don't like it, then it's flawed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring data to it.
Can I ask this and Sylvester one question real quick? Something to think about before while we leave, Mr. Nagbe can think about it as well. Both of you guys grew up in Liberia. I know that our parents used the rock. They everything that happened, they will beat you. They will beat you. Kids were getting beaten and marked left on. You go draw water. And the boys will go and play soccer and spend maybe 1 hour and a half. They come home, they will beat them. The next day, they will go and draw water again. They know the beating will come. They will spend 1 hour and a half there. They will spend 1 hour and a half to do what they need to come home. They will beat them again. Let me ask you this question. Why do you think that in many cases for young boys, right, it's a culture. This is a good disciplinary tactic where instead of us talking to children, our boys and our girls about the consequences, right? Or how these things might affect their lives, decisions that they make, the importance of prioritizing different things. If you go draw water, you have a tax, go draw water and bring it back. Instead of having this conversation, we just started beating people. But
so what's the question?
The question is, most of the kids got immune to the beating and they kept doing what they were doing. So if you were, Sylvester and Deeks, were you ever beaten for something that you just could not help yourself and you just kept doing and beating did not help it?
I don't get your question. I don't get the question. I don't know you come in.
I got beat.
No, the question.
Robert, the issue is Robert. No, Jerome. The issue is Robert. No, Robert. You know what? The issue. My problem I have is we are educated people. Nobody's going to sit on a 50-story building in New York and collect data and tell me my culture is one. We can sit down and discuss among ourselves. So when people say I'm coming, when people say we got data, who collected the data? Somebody collected
what do you think is causing the person to abuse?
No, Robert.
You see people that give you heart surgery when you get heart attack.
Robert, the point you're missing. I'm not defending anything. I say it can be modified.
But we're saying the same thing then. But we can criminalize.
Hey guys, listen, we gotta go. I gotta go.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me say this around now.
They will not criminalize what bad.
Before we do this tomorrow,
you don't have to criminalize it to modify it.
Several times by my parents, but it was not over and over for one error that I made. No. So again, that's not the case. The king, you get the discipline here, you learn from it, and you move on.
No, people.
Don't spare it.
Beating and abusing children was never the recipe for getting them to understand the action and the consequences.
And the war is not. And let me take it from you. The war is not a beauty or not a beauty. We're trying to discipline us.
If you beat somebody with blood and marks, if you beat somebody with an eyes,
that is cruel. That is different. And if you are to take a survey or statistics around, the abuse in the West is more than the abuse sometimes you have.
I'm not arguing that, Sylvester. What I'm saying is,
but you guys don't bring about Africa scenario. Okay, forget some of the abuse is here because you made reference to we grew up in Liberia, so there's a tendency there. But do you know the terrible one that happened behind the scene here? See some of the
guess
abusers
what?
here.
The
See
system
some.
holds them accountable, Sylvester.
Huh?
That's different.
Before
The
the
system
system
holds them
incarcerated
accountable.
late. They go through
Robert,
terrible
Robert,
abuse.
Robert,
Because you're trying to be referee, you're
Robert,
doing the bro. Yes, but
Robert,
it's not his practice there. It's
FGM,
discipline. It's not abuse.
Robert, FGM is inhumane. We all agree on that. My problem is those practices can be modified. There's certain things can be taken up because the war has transformed. But for somebody to sit in some high-rise building, collect data to get donor money and read a paper and make us look like Bushmen, I will not accept that. We can sit among ourselves, and the stakeholders, people who have been through that process, men and women, can sit and say, okay, we went through this, and we can sit with our zone, but not somebody just flying to the country and just.
No, I mean, I agree with that. All I'm saying is, in order
I'm coming. These people coming our country and tell us, you got to accept gay marriage or I won't get you money. You got to how the war operate. I mean, so and Jerome is saying we got data. Data from where? You think everything on white men collect that gospel? Why we stay Bushmen?
So I understand that, but for a country like Liberia, what we are saying is the negative part of it. In order to be enforced and implemented, it has to be legislated. It has to be constitution. It has to be law. So again, if we're saying that there are some parts of it that are good, let's keep the good part, right? And the bad part, in order to really hold these guys accountable, you can't just make it something that, okay, we'll take it out.
Okay, but let me ask you a simple question. So let me ask you a simple question. Robert, let me ask you a question. Has there been any national dialogue with the real stakeholder on this issue, other than people just writing stuff?
But you should ask Ellen Jones because she banned it.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
She banned it. So we should have a net. But there have been many conversations held. There have been many, perhaps not a national conversation, but there have been many conversations held. I want all of us to agree here, though, that we are not bad mouthing the culture. What we are saying is every cultural practice doesn't make it right. That's what I'm saying. There are abuses, abuses in all cultural practice, and we got to take the bad part out, and continue the good part. That's what I'm saying.
Anything that affects the health of a human being that has long-lasting health impact should be looking at. But my point is to just sit behind a desk and read a paper banning it. It doesn't solve the problem because you know it does. It creates more underground activity. You know what I mean? It creates more underground activity. Have a dialogue. Bring the stakeholders to the table. Make the people feel part of it. Then they don't feel that you're attacking. When somebody feel they're attacking them, they get in protective posture.
And Johnny, accuse of you, but let me say something too, right? Look, I can dare anybody who run for president. I dare you to be run for president and attack the culture issue. If you get vote, I dare. That was my other question.
Nobody will ever dare do that.
You run president for Liberia, and you say you want to attack the poor culture, you will lose big time. I dare. You think why you think the president they can run for that issue?
Yeah. Hey. Female politician will go and cater to the zoos. Go cater to the right Pewee. Politician to go cater to the zoos. So they see you banning the people. Isn't it conflicting?
The reason why Madam Sally even put moratorium on this in her second term, when she brought it, she needed more support from the West. As Safa was saying, she needed more support. She needed to get some days so that they open it when I'll put moratorium. Even at that, they have to. She was having a fight by the traditional leaders.
Johnny, want to talk about you get talking in the public.
Tomalin, we would not move our country forward. And you know what? And this is the reason why I will not, and I'm okay if I don't win any election in Liberia. But if we continue to run from sensitive issues such as FGM, because we're afraid that we may not win the next election, then there are many other sensitive issues in our country that our politicians will be uncomfortable talking about. So I agree, there has to be a sensible approach to this matter where it doesn't come up as people are being condescending of a cultural practice. Other conversation about, listen, what are some of the good things about the poor and the center society? And can we keep those things? Can we elevate those things? The bad things about it, can we eliminate? But there are people, but Tomalin, there are people in this culture who don't even think there's nothing bad about FGM. That's the point. So you can't say that politicians are scared, they're running from because they will not get vote. Politicians will run from it, and their practice will continue to live on because people are afraid because they may not win the next election. It's wrong. This is a fear tactic. You can do that. It's wrong.
Brother Rabo, excuse me, let me get this on it, Brother Rabo. I know I understand your passion. You know, in masonry, you sound like a person that they call hole in the wall. Hole in the wall in masonry. I'm a mason, I don't know what I'm saying. So here's the point, Rabo. Let me tell you guys. I know very, very well. In low finance, nobody else, you know, and the point you made, Mama Bakri, we've been working hard to stop it from happening because you cannot do things in an urban environment because it cannot happen. Even in Tony, I went there once with Jesus and Kawa to go and make sure that people stop those things that they are doing into the area because they were undermining some issues around there. You can't the typical value for Pora and Sunday. Nobody just can take it from the street. It's playing long in advance. That's why every 4 years they may do theirs. When the main thing is stop. Right now, anybody won't go. Nobody can do Pora in Lufa in the area until 3 years or 4 years from now. Meaning that you prepare yourself, you have raised the necessary form for everything you're doing. But here's the point. On the issue of the women, right? Look, the thing has been long been noticed. But our women, our traditional women have been doing this in a more quiet and respectful way. I'll let you guys know. My mother's sister is a nurse, professional nurse. Whenever they have something in the Fonyama area, she leaves Monrovia and go and base in Fonyama. She visits all the Sunday bush. You understand what I'm saying to you guys? So you guys understand some things. My family is a very rooted traditional family. We were educated in the system. We approach it from a different perspective, not in the condescending and disgraceful way. We talk behind the scene. We meet in the real environment where they will understand each other and talk to us. That's the advice I go to Joel. When Joel called me for me, I said, Joel, you are a female. You are a woman from Yela Town. I can set a place for you because I've been blessed to go through all the rituals. I can go to women, I can go to men. But I can set a place for you. When you go and sit down with them, they won't see you discussing that issue in the public. Then they feel disrespected. Then you and they will discuss how to move ahead. I tell you guys, right now, my sister, the nurse, that is Sankakata, she's going down in social area. All the women that being the standard that knows the issue, they go to help their mother to do those things that will not honor my have things. I mean, you gotta know now. So we're speaking as brothers on the floor. You think we're stupid, poor? You think we're stupid from Lofa? You think we're stupid in the traditional issue? You think we know what we're doing? We're not stupid.
But Johnny,
but we're not going to marry public sentiment.
Johnny,
you know what I'm saying?
Johnny,
I come to understand that I told you, well, look, this thing doing is good, but don't say you want to criminalize it. Go first and consult. I got a woman in, came out, woman in Teni. She got a whole village, the traditional village. The woman said, Johnny, I will announce all the Sunday stores. Let you come to them and talk. What are the issues she got with us? Okay, so we can discuss back and forth. They will not move forward. People are willing to listen, but we got too much public perception now. They're just doing evil, demonic things. That's not why it is. I've been on the team for the last 15 years. And I know how much impact I made gradually into understanding, even to respect the rule of law when it comes to human rights issues in the community. But it can't be like we get kind of in the public and condemn everything, but people hear that, they get resistant to it, and you can't stop them.
So let me ask you a question.
I remember, yes.
Johnny, so have you been down where the women complain that okay, let's say, because I know people are trying to strike a point, but then he left it. But my question was, is that, for instance, this people are saying that they take the women in at a very young age on when the young age they take them in the society. But then when they get older now, and when they meet a man, and the man realize that something was done to them, it affects them. It is true that the women.
Tomalin, that's condescending. For first thing, they don't catch them. Don't say they don't catch them. People are taking that by the parents. So okay. What you're saying, that's street talk. No,
but my question is, Safa,
they don't catch them. They don't catch them. That perception. They don't catch them. People are taking it by the parents. They don't come and catch you and kill you.
Like you okay. Let me take it back. But let me ask a question for you now. So your parent takes you there, right? And then at the time they took you there, you are young. You didn't know they had control over you. Now you become a woman now. And if you meet a man and the man try to find out that something happened to you. As a woman, I mean, how do they feel? Do they feel that they were treated, the parents?
Raise your kids, man.
Yeah.
So let's go back now to records. How many records do we have that people had that vote because the man refused to meet the woman because the woman had this thing missing from her, or she had gone to the Sunday bush? Because nobody had to take a woman. Nobody can say want to marry a woman. People get a girlfriend. They go from girlfriend for many months or years before they get married. Get to the woman.
No, but I've heard stories. I heard stories where
yeah, somebody but the thing that anti-donor stuff. There's no there's no data to prove it. There's no data to prove it. That liquor talk.
Yeah, I agree with this, right?
And
have a relationship with them. Okay. You met. Let's say you met this girl.
Yeah.
She got the situation.
Yeah.
You lived together for 5 years. We married again. So why you marry her?
But in the first place, you see now you see. No,
yeah, but you know what more condescending, Tomalin? You know what more condescending? No. You know more condescending is that. No, what more condescending, Tomalin, is that we're sitting on the show and talking about women. We're talking about women on the show, which is very wrong. You know, I can let. No. You're not having because look, you're not having when you take this whole thing. You just take one thing and you take it. You put it on certain role. It's like a bunch of guys sitting there and talking about abortion right for women. You know that's why we sound like right now.
I know that people who have complained about this and they're concerned about that. That's what all the other guys are saying.
Yeah, but that's not data to prove anything.
Tomalin, you are hearing from people who are saying it, and that's what I said to them from the beginning. I said people who are not sensitive to, who are not culturally learned and educated the matter, they should not talk the matter here. You know what I'm saying? You don't talk it. Don't get involved. You get buying public sentiment because probably people don't understand. Tomalin, we have to know that women who have been there, how many women from there have raised issues to say that they had to protest the feeling on drug abuse protests? How many women have protested against this thing in the public?
No, but you see, wait, let me say something, right? What I found in life, okay, I'll be honest with you, I think I did sociology. I'll be honest with you, what I found out, really honest with you, is that women who are raped, they find it a problem to even tell people they were raped. Do you know that? So certain things a woman will not say. They're not comfortable saying it. That even they were during the war, there were some women that I remember when we were working with an NGO in Liberia, when we were having interviews. Some of them you go and talk one-on-one, they will tell you, they will cry and say they will happen to me, but they won't say it publicly because they feel ashamed. They feel that it's not their fault though. It's not their fault.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so you see,
that's about rape.
that the same thing with this thing too, right?
Rape, right?
Some women will not talk about it because they
there's an issue, right? People who are going to the Sunday and be processed properly. No, you see, since the war ended, there have been some misgivings about Sunday business within the border between Nagbe, Bomi, and to Monrovia area, right? But you haven't heard any protest situation about Power and Sunday in Fonjama, in Lofa Bong, or even Nima, the Mana region, right? And even the Gio region. They also do Sunday in the Gio region. But here's the point I'm telling you. All those that have been there, properly sanctioned, organized, they are the ones that even enjoying themselves now that want to go to Lofa, go to communities. They are recognized as this and that because they have titles, they have roles to play. So, for example, my sister, when my sister was called Kehleboe. That Kehleboe means a title. That name is a title. So when she in a garage, she called him Kehleboe. She's giving preference and she enjoying it. So she would never say the problem and say, I'm against Sunday. Just like they would have a discussion, right?
So
yes.
So let me just close on this note because I gotta go now. To Tomalin's point.
Wait, are we still in the public?
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, don't say anything. We're still on.
Yeah, but you can come back. You can come back, Johnny.
Yeah. So to Tomalin's point, you know, if I met a woman that was raped, I don't think it's a conversation that is, I can understand why anyone would be ashamed to talk about that, but I don't think it's a conversation about shame, right? I would not leave a woman that I love because she went through some ordeal that is not of her own fault.
Her own fault, yeah.
If anything, I would sympathize with her, and I won't do it. I won't. My love for her will have nothing to do with her ordeal. If anything, it will motivate me to really join whatever she wants to do to amplify this topic about rape and how can we prevent young girls from being raped, right? Same thing with the FGM. There are women who went through FGM, not knowing or understanding the culture of FGM, and then at their adult age, after they've been told about it, they might have some, issues with disclosing that to a partner, because again, they had no say so in that decision making. This is the reason why we continue to say that a part of that process needs to be altered, needs to be modified, whatever adjective you want to use.
They don't need to disclose to the partner, Robert. The partner will know.
Yeah, but when again, that's what I'm saying. It goes back to the point of taking young girls to the initiation without their consent, because again, at that age, even though they're taken by their parents or whatever means, they don't understand the full scope of what this actually means for them as adults, as mothers, or as wives. So we need to go back to the drawing board and take a look at this issue and have an honest conversation about it. Jomo Jala, I will address Jomo Jala. Jomo Jala, one second, Johnny. Jomo Jala, you talk about circumcision, and I'm sure I hope you're circumcised, and I'm sure you are, and I'm sure you are circumcised. So,
no, Robert, do you know that even if you're not circumcised, do you know you can still have a child, right? You know that,
yeah,
right?
you can still have a child,
but
but
why are you talking against it too?
Yeah, but there are medical and there are social shaming of people who are not circumcised. I mean, everyone knows that. If Jomo Jala,
so you go around showing yourself to everybody.
Yeah, but even but the shame, the shame at a partner, the shame. There's many things we can talk about over here when it comes to uncircumcised men, right? But parents, but Tomalin, parents who chooses to not circumcise their boys until they become of age to make that decision, they can still get circumcised at 18 years old when they become considered legal. They can still do that. The only problem is the process might be more painful for an 18-year-old kid as opposed to an infant. But you can't compare circumcision with this whole FGM, Jomo Jala. It's so different. It's been proven. It's not a Western culture. It's not a Western culture thing. It's been proved there's many medical reasons why circumcision is recommended.
But Robert, you're being unfair because now if you say medical reason, the guys are seeing cultural reason too. Then what?
No, cultural reasons are not the same as medical reasons, and it's not a Western culture. You can't mix the two.
Yo, Robert, I have one question, Robert. The question I want to ask is, with regards to what you talk about FGM, what do you know? I mean, how do you know what's happening? How do you know the process is done?
Yeah, good. Yeah, because I hear you're talking about sterilized.
Johnny, out of respect, I'll say this much. Out of respect for women that I've talked to that have gone through this process and reasons given why they have objected to the process, I won't sit on this platform to discuss the whole process. But
why should you believe them? Why someone lying?
No, but they went there. There's a family deeply rooted in this country. You know, my father's from Trade Town, Grand Basso. These things were happening. These things were happening in Trade Town for come on. I mean, these are things that we know.
Can you ask those women that you have spoken to appear on the show to discuss all what they have experienced?
Oh, and you think they're going to appear on the show? You think they will appear on the show?
But you see, the man ask you, when you see,
I don't think they will appear on the show.
I don't. Because Robert, what there's until you as a man express it, then you say that, but you're not expressing what you say women talking to you.
Oh, you mean me as a man sexually?
Yeah.
Let's allow them.
Yeah.
Come on, you funny man too, eh? Don't try that nonsense.
You talking say women explain on you. I said you are experienced. Be frank.
No, I will not experience it tomorrow. I'm a married man.
No, before that time. Before that time, your lifetime. But
Eh?
you see, don't speak for everybody.
I'm not speaking for everybody. We're talking about what's wrong.
But Tomalin, yeah, but Tomalin, the problem is that we're trying to have a discussion around a topic, and you guys taking it just you guys taking the most insignificant part of it. Let me tell you something, Tomalin. No, Tomalin, it's very insignificant. But guess what? The reason I'm saying that my problem is when people say, "Oh, people are conscripted," it is evil. You know, it should be criminalized. You know what I mean? When people are using the words on people's cultural behavior. No, I'm just saying when I say people, then I mean you're trying to ostracize a whole group of society. Then you know what's gonna happen? Like I say, you're gonna create a whole underground activity. You're gonna create a whole underground activity because it's not a solution. You know, and something will happen like, bro, we don't know how to solve the hard problem. The easier way to solve the hard problem is to castigate people and throw them and say, we'll put you in jail, do it.
So what's the easier way to address? No, one second, why you talk? What's the easier way to address the abomination of homosexuality in Liberia?
No, I'm not talking about homosexuality. I'm talking about this issue right now.
Because we quick to that's legal, right? People of same sex cannot get married or publicly have affection in Liberia. It's an abomination, right? Why? Why is it an abomination?
Well, you're talking about two different things, Robert.
No, I'm asking you. No, you said
no.
Is it because it's not cultural practices?
No, Robert. We are addressing probably 100 plus years of cultural behavior that we're trying to modify.
Well, homosexuality has been a cultural behavior in Liberia. Just been happening on the
No. We're talking about that's lifestyle that people choose.
What are you talking? But cultural practice is a lifestyle.
No, Robert. I'm laser focused on a cultural behavior by a good sector of the country that been existing before the founding of the nation. And then, so now we have this global trend. FGM is wrong. It's wrong. I will say it's wrong. I don't agree with it.
No, you're right. It's wrong.
No. Okay, I don't agree with it.
I don't agree with it, but I don't say it wrong.
I don't agree with it. Not because I don't agree with something that is criminal. And that's what Gayman was saying, and that was my problem. If you do not agree with something, it doesn't mean it's criminal. Okay, so but globally, that behavior can be that whole process, that whole extended culture can be modified. It can only be modified by the stakeholder. But guess what? Like I said, we have never had an honest discussion about any serious issue in the country. Then the solution is to just castigate people and we move on.
Yes,
move on.
So let me ask you a question, right? Can I know you guys give me the operational definition of FGM? What does FGM really mean? Can you guys define it?
Female FGM.
Female genital mutilation.
No, give me the operation. Give me what does it really mean? How does it happen?
Oh,
I don't know. Somebody you know, have you seen it? Have you seen it?
Those who are speaking against it, they know about it. For me, I don't know why it's there. I don't know.
Well, Johnny, how explicit do you want us to be with this whole process?
I'm gonna be explicit with you now.
How explicit do you want us to be?
Okay, but there are certain part of a woman's body that is not there. That is, and another woman got it, but another woman don't have it, right? But and the reason why I don't want to have it is because I already call FGM.
Okay. So what is the medical impact?
Maybe I want to answer that question.
There's been sex.
He cannot even answer the question. Right? Listen,
there's been a lot of complaints about
That's true, Robert.
Sexually. It is true.
People have, I mean, I just myth. That myth.
No, it's not myth. It's not myth. Tomalin, it's not myth.
You're pretty share with me reports, medical reports.
It's not myth.
That will tell me that.
So you're telling me that a woman, okay, let me explicit now. Let me explicit. You're telling me that a woman who clitoris, you're telling me that a woman who. Come on, I'm not going to go that far. No, Johnny, but Johnny's asking question that he knows that there are a lot the women who have gone through that process. Women who have gone through that process. There are many ways a woman can get pregnant, Johnny. There are many ways a woman can get pregnant. And my contention here is not people going through the process and they cannot give birth to a child. I didn't make that assertion. I didn't say that.
Yeah, but what Johnny's point is, but Baron, everything that you said, right? Somebody who have experienced FGM, they can have kids, they can make love, they can enjoy love, they can enjoy sex, and do everything. So Robert, the myth is that the people that have done it, they don't enjoy these things. I mean, that's a myth. That's a myth.
John, Tomalin, you will not convince me. Let me be very blunt here. You will not convince me that an uncircumcised man, right, has the same sensation. One second. Let's be real here. Has the same kind of sensation sexually as a man who is circumcised.
Do you have any scientific evidence?
There's plenty out there. There's plenty out there.
Do you have any scientific evidence?
That argument can go nowhere.
Robert, don't say that. Robert, you are not explaining.
Oh my God.
Wait.
I come in. Have you done both? Where you on and then it on?
Be wait. Robert, before you're circumcised, you experience it?
Yeah, now I see that. He's laughing.
The same question you and the man asking me, that the same reason why the brain go nowhere. You are asking me.
No, he's here now. He said the brain go nowhere.
You're asking me, have I ever, I'm circumcised. I'm not. I don't know. Maybe he's not circumcised.
That's somebody who are circumcised.
Jomo Jala, are you circumcised?
No, let leave Jomo Jala the thing. So did you pass through the book?
No. Robert, you made a statement with no scientific evidence.
No.
Exactly.
Siafa, let me honest now, Siafa. Come on now. So you're telling me now, eh? You're telling me I know people who are not circumcised, and they're going to medical transformation right now because they can't just feel anything sexually.
Who told you that? You eat about it?
The foreskin. Tomalin. Oh my God.
Robert, you eat about it? You eat about it?
But that's not true. That's not true.
You eat about it, Robert?
So Robert, is there any scientific study?
Well, I come go, man.
But I wanted to understand that there is no medical evidence that can prove that the removal of anything from our human body is the cause of them not having breath.
Let me put it this way. Based on what I know when it comes to that part of a woman, based on what I know and based on my own experience, I'll tell you this. I cannot imagine the opposite without. Let me just put it that way. And so you start getting so now you, Johnny, go and bring 10 women on the show, yeah. Bring 10 women on the show, yeah, who did not go through that process, and maybe they can have a more explicit way of explaining to you the difference. I just can't do it. I'm not gonna get into all of this stuff, the intricacies. But I do know that the foreskin on your penis, as a 45-year-old man, Johnny, or 50-year-old man, cannot feel the same way as if you are circumcised. You cannot convince me otherwise. You can tell me otherwise.
You're not talking experience, Robert. You're not talking experience.
We know people who've been to the thing, we know people who've been to the thing.
Let's table this discussion. I don't think we should go into detail, and we need to respect both sides, right? So my opinion is that Johnny, 1 minute, please. My opinion here is that there's a way that there should be a limitation to how we want to discuss this.
I agree.
Yeah,
That's
so
why I don't know,
that's my own fair way of looking at it. Yeah, because there'll be a lot of prospect, a lot of perspective.
Yeah, because I know people that have family, they are married, they're not circumcised, but they still living a better life.
Yes, exactly. That's what I said. You know. Okay. For me, I know.
I want to say something.
Wait. So you know how they had a baby too, right? Tomalin, you know how they had a baby too, right?
No more way. You know, I want to say something.
Oh, you were there?
Somebody posted a link from the World Health Organization. And that's one of the reasons why we're backwards, because I'm not going to argue, I'm not going to agree or disagree with what they're saying. This is the same WHO that couldn't challenge the COVID number that China were posting when China were posting that they had less than 10,000 COVID cases in China. The WHO still muted. So let's just forget about WHO. We can solve our own problem. We can bring stakeholders on the table and have a healthy discussion. We don't need nobody to write some concept paper and fly into the country. Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody can fly.
Well, I mean, as people who live from here, it is true that the guy, I'm confused, right? That's true to me. The guy who they said who was in the bank for armed robbery. Is it that two different persons talking about so?
There are two persons what?
Is there two different persons? The same guy they're talking about?
That's the debate. That's the debate.
Yeah, somebody said there's a different guy who went the bank and different guy the police captured. So which is which?
That is the debate people coming up with, but we will hope the police will be professional in conducting and giving all the real story, right? So that we'll get it up, because it's a conflicted part of information being disseminated. That one group of people saying that the guy in the area there is not the guy that they allege that they saw in the first video 5 days ago.
What is saying?
Right. So there's this issue about identity crisis here. So the police will be the rightful institution to come out and do a clear identification of the will-be perpetrator, so that he can be duly charged.
One of the guy was your criminal before.
Hey, Robert, before you go, Robert, before Robert go, I wish I bet with Robert that time I think about 2 weeks ago, when I told him that football, the National League and the Liberian national team, it is sole prerogative of the FA. Tomalin, that day when we have the program with Mr. Mabu Riches, and you heard him saying that?
Yeah.
Football is the FA, basketball is the Basketball Association. So Robert, next time we'll bet with you.
Yeah, but the national team is the property of the Liberian government, but
it's the Liberian Football Association, not the government.
No, the national team.
See?
Property of the Liberian government.
We'll talk later. My wife is here. I gotta go, man.
It is managed by the FA, but it's owned by the
national team. The development of the national team.
Who
development of
football.
football.
The national team? That's the
Liberian government.
Pewee.
I just asked you these answers. Who bankrolls the Liberian government?
Because Liberia is a poor country. Globally, the national team are self-supported. Globally, Liberia is a poor country.
The government takes it. The government because you
Tomalin,
the country.
Tomalin, you have an ineffective FA. That's poor country. Globally,
I agree, but Siafa, the national team is responsibility of the Liberian of the government of the day.
Of which government?
And then because you came in the country.
Wait. Okay, let me ask you something. So when you're watching the Olympics, when you see Team USA playing basketball, the US government are getting money.
Oh, you got it. But guess what now?
I ask you, are the US government getting money?
Sponsorship. But
guess what?
When the one play World Cup, who can get it for them? That's the federal government.
No.
Of course,
no.
The federal government. And those are government.
Tomalin, stop it. The United States national team is owned by you. Let me finish talking. I beg you. Because I had the fact. I was saying the link. The United States national team is owned by U.S. Soccer. U.S. Soccer has a non-profit division. U.S. Soccer doesn't get any money from the federal government. It's 100% sponsorship. 100%. I was saying the link.
No. But I will check it out.
Because I know that the federal, any government, you carry the country national
team. You need to stop that. Go research it and say who. Go research it and say who sponsors U.S. Soccer. They will tell you that U.S. Soccer doesn't get any money from federal government.
I do know, FIFA deals with federation, okay? But the national team, the property of the government. The government sponsor the national team.
The national team, the property of the government in a poor country. In a poor country.
I don't know, but I know. Why is it in Nigeria? One time they had problem. They demanded
Tomalin, in a poor country. That's why we get catch up.
Nigeria poor.
All the countries, national football team or national soccer team bear the flag of the country.
The government take care of you. The government sponsor for that.
The FA, that is why the FIFA does not allow the government to interfere into national soccer tournaments and games.
FIFA
national team.
Yeah.
The team that plays for the country, that bear the country flag, is the prerogative of the country. However, the FA of the country and the National Office of Football, which is for Liberia, the Youth and Football,
Johnny,
the Ghanaian government is in charge of it.
Exactly.
Johnny, you are talking about poor countries. We are talking about poor countries. In rich country, the government don't give. I was saying the thing here. I was saying the thing with U.S. Soccer. U.S. Soccer doesn't get money from the federal government.
Nobody gets sponsorship, but the federal government.
Tomalin hosting a sponsorship equal to money from federal government? No. They get Nike, they get Mercedes, they get all Coca-Cola, they get all these sponsorships that pay millions. They're lacking for like 6 to 10 years. That where they get the funding from. I'm telling you.
No, but FIFA deals with federation.
You are arguing on semantics. I'm talking about the national team.
Reality.
Okay, so the U.S. government does not support the national team. It's supported by the USSF. The U.S. Federation meant for that.
Yeah, but that's what I say. They get sponsorship.
But there's an act that will pass for equal rate for equal pay. All the national teams, Sonny, the U.S. government do, but they don't support directly the national team.
They don't get any money.
Supported by but the 20 but
it's the same thing in Europe.
Like the World Cup that's coming now, the USSF will not be the U.S. federal government will support cities that's hosting. Give some support line to cities for the host of the World Cup.
Who appoints the managers and the technical staff for the national team?
U.S. Soccer does that. U.S. Soccer does that. Not the government.
U.S. but other countries around the world.
Wait, let me get come back, right? U.S. Soccer does that. Who established U.S. Soccer?
So when it comes to paying them, there's an act. When it comes to paying them,
the U.S. Soccer is a private entity. The U.S. Soccer is the same as like the NBA. It's the same like the Major League Baseball. They are private entity, Johnny. They are private operating entity. They are not government-sponsored entity. Because of the vibrant economy, that's why they had to operate. The same thing in Europe. It's just because we are poor countries. So when you ask government for money, government will have a say in how you operate. It's simple as that.
Yeah, well, I see that even in Spain, the Spanish football national team, the manager is not selected by the Spanish league, is selected by the Spanish government sport agency.
So these are other things that happen here. The U.S. government also do provide some support to them.
The president team, the president national team coach, the former coach of Real Madrid. He was also appointed by the president and football office, not their FA in Brazil. So America is a unique country with all of its diversity, so they decide that they should not waste time on putting that in the government or federal government business. They give it out.
I said, Johnny, you know how much money Brazil get from Nike a year? You know how much money Brazil get from Nike a year? The Brazilian Football Federation. You know how much money Brazilian national team get endorsement?
The government of Brazil
yes, right. There's this from Spotify on here. They say the federal government does not directly fund the U.S. men's soccer team. U.S. Soccer is a non-profit organization that receives no federal funding. Yep. While the USSF, that's the name of the organization that has do that, as it's commonly known, is the governing body for soccer in the United States. It is primarily funded through various means like commercial revenue, ticket, broadcast right, the sponsorship, and all those things. That's what I mean again. The federal government does not directly allocate funds to the USSF. However, there are indirect ways the federal government could be involved in supporting soccer. For example, the 2026 World Cup will be partially hosted in the U.S. and federal fund may be used to support host cities and relative organizations. Accordingly, the equal pay for equal writing term of the USA Act of 2022 ensure equal pay
for the
and
women.
benefit for all athletes representing the U.S. in global competitions, including soccer. The act signed into law by President Joseph Biden guarantees equal pay for both the men and women's national team. So there's that other thing. They say while the USSF is a non-profit organization and not directly funded by the federal government, the government does not play a role in supporting soccer through the government. Sorry, the government, yes, support through different means. So in other words, yes, they don't do it, but there's another way to get linked to it. But when the issue, and that's why I emphasized from the beginning, the issue about paying the both national team equal pay for both men, because there was this huge disparity between the amount to pay the women representing the U.S. national team for all sides and the amount to pay men. So there's an act that was signed in 2022 by the former president, is showing that everybody get paid equally and all those things. So
No,
there's
but
some other
Pewee, Siafa should know this though. America is different from other economies. Know that. Nigeria, they keep on trying to see what Eagle players were demanding their bonuses from the government.
Listen. It's not only in America. Advanced economies.
So our
the national
Nigeria,
team.
Nigeria economy not advanced?
No, I'm talking about Nigeria economy. If you want to know how to, misuse natural resources.
That's the biggest economy in Africa.
No, it's not the biggest. It's not the biggest. So Africa is the biggest economy.
They touched Africa.
No, they're not touched Africa. I'm telling you.
So Africa turn it up. I know that
no.
Nigeria got the biggest economy in Africa.
Pewee, Nigeria is a one-trick pony. Nigeria economy depends on oil price. I'll tell you.
Oil, when the moving industry start tapping, is that doing well?
90+% of Nigeria GDP depend on oil.
But Seva, do you agree? Do you agree that FIFA only deals with federation, right?
FIFA, Tomalin, let me tell you something now. You see, our problem we got to draw a line. FIFA only deal with federation.
Yeah.
FIFA only deal with federation. Do you know for the longest, we were complaining why SKD, while doing Madam Sadi Town, we're always getting aid from China to face SKD.
I base my facts on that one research. When I know something, I can argue it. Now, South Africa just took over.
Yeah,
as of 2025, South Africa is the largest economy in Africa based on a nominal GDP, while Nigeria previously held. I know very well that for the past 5-6 years, Nigeria held it.
Yeah, they were.
Who started booming and the economy went big time and it was doing well. It was the number one economy in Africa. That I knew. I heard. I went to a conference. I heard that even to the very UN, I heard that Nigeria had the number one economy in Africa. But South Africa took it by South Africa just took it by 2025.
Wow.
Yeah, South Africa took it by 2025. So Nigeria got the second largest economy in Africa.
No, South Africa had it 2024 also, Pewee.
They had it 2024, but before 2024. Yeah. But now I'm saying recent. So the recent can still be last year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Nigeria had it for back to back for more than 5 years as the Africa number one economy.
Yeah, I mean they had it for years because they're biggest in our oil.
So now you will see it will be South Africa. Next will be Nigeria. Then you got Egypt, Algeria, Kenya. As we move on that way,
you got Ethiopia.
Ethiopia is doing
like a $250 billion economy.
Ethiopia. Like bro, now your lifetime will reach there. When I reach our lifetime, we can't lead us in.
I don't think our children lifetime we can reach that. Number one, our pop we can. Can we do well to be considered a viable economy coming up? Yes. But
so we
cannot think about being top. We don't have the population.
What together what weekend we're discussing about this thing. Okay, maybe Siafa can chill in. Now, I won't go to just for a few minutes before we leave this set. Look, I noticed over the last even in death, even the men death, they've been politicized again, right? The two ruling parties that have held our country, they keep on this fighting back and forth. Now, in order,
let's get rid of them.
I agree. That's my point now. In order to do that, how can it be done? How can it be done? That how can this look? There's the issue about like I thought to I come in right. So as my personal friend, many people I talked to him on the weekend. We expressed I was concerned with him. I told the Chairman Molu yesterday. We have a discussion on these things, right? For me, I felt that if you want to do a tailing, that's not a way to do it. You don't. I don't think you attack your own your party, your form. You don't. I don't think it's the right way to do it. Politics is by guided precision. You must do politics in a way that you are on point. But right now, with what's happening, I can tell you, I don't care what anybody say. With the way things are going, if there's no tear,
I gotta run to money. I'll call you.
You see, they want to run for an apology. They don't talk that all.
Go ahead.
I want before you go. People waiting for you go. How do you get rid of the two issues about the two parties discussing the fighting already the fighting?
Yeah, quickly I will say this, and I said I'm starting a process that's going to move very aggressively. I'm going to be very progressive about it to talk about the intent we have to rally support for a tear wave, and the way we intend to go. We start talking to other people, but the way Liberian politicians that you can trust them. Some they come to pretend to say things they can uphold, right? So the two major political institutions we have in the country don't meet well. Yesterday, they were trying to politicize the death of our beloved Grisby, right? People want to politicize it. Is this the way we want to move the country? One group of people believe that. Now, listen, we don't want to have a Caesar battle between those two institutions. Yeah, no, that I would say. So we have to talk about it moving.
I mean, that whole thing about them politicizing the death of Sylvester Grisby, that's just classless. That's classless. People writing on Facebook, he was poisoned, all that thing. That's classless. The man just died less than 24 hours, and people posting it out. That's that's classless. I mean, there's time for politics. And look, let me tell you something. Sylvester Grisby was Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Chief of Staff. Then nothing he did with all authorization of the president. So yeah, I mean, that position is the most powerful unelected position in the country. Everything he did was with the blessing of the president. But you understand, do not politicize somebody. Yeah. The man died from cancer in the U.S. Then why you writing he was poisoned, he was this, he was that? I mean, that's not propaganda. That just being classless and dumb.
I want to strike with you. But the thing is that I know for a fact that he faced resistance with him from the because he's not a member of Unity Party now, but he faced that. Yeah.
Please, you got to show. I agree 100% with. Is this your fan, right?
Shafa, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it just tells me how low our political discussion is in the country, and it also confirms how Liberia is the first lowest IQ country in Africa.
Oh no!
Because
we're smart.
No, we smart. 2% smart. I'm 50%. You know nothing. We 52% smart and say we smart. Don't be that thing here. It's proving, right? Because look at the German. Look at our positions on national matters. Look at the way we discuss the issue of somebody made death. Why should someone say he was poisoned? That's how low our politics is. And until we can refine and make our politics to be at a level where we'll be discussing the issue that matters to the country. And before I even close anything, until we can make sure everybody now worry about food in the country. When food now issue anymore about us, we're talking about technology now. But once every day we get from there, we worry about what to eat today. You know, so what you will eat, our politics will be so poorly conducted, and the few guys that have earned some money through whatever means will dictate the course of politics in the country. And finally, the guys that are trying to deflect from the CDC or the team, my view is that these guys have investment that they have been organizing and been enjoying all the last period of time. And because the way they see the current regime moving towards strangulating or even trying to checkmate potential armed rivals, they are trying to switch to protect their interests of their businesses to say, let's align with today's power. That's what's happening. For example, my two brothers, or my two traditional uncles, Sir Joseph and Thomas Father, for me, that's the direction. They have huge investment here. And most of their investment is with concessionaires. And the government are linked to the concessionaires. So it's simple. If the government decides that they have become so arrogant and so resistant to the current regime, they can strangulate them by taking corner for them from ArcelorMittal, for example. this one, how all his trucks being rented by Mita. Mita can terminate that contract, and then they'll fall down. So they don't want to lose all those opportunities. So they prefer lean along with today's regime so that they can survive and continue to make the money in the country. That's why I think now we are politics. You don't want to protect our business all the after.
Hey Johnny, Johnny, I got a question to ask you. Can you explain to us this whole thing about traditional uncle? I'm trying to understand it. It's based on what? It's based on what?
Yeah, thank you so much. Here's what happened. So it's actually between the genesis is between Loma and Kisi. So the mother of Loma people is a Kisi woman called Kumayuku. And the traditional family relationship is such that the brothers of your mother are your uncles. Your uncles are not your father's brother. That's the first thing you understand. All the brothers of your father are your fathers. Because you guys are all from the same genetic makeup. You guys are all brothers. And so your pa brother is your pa. Right? Your my brother is your uncle. Because in a sense, by our definition in Loma, that man is a godmother. He's a godmother to you. He's your mother also. Your mother's brother is your mother also. He should care for you. He should take care of you. You should not be hungry when he is around. In the meantime, you, the nephew, are also there to make sure you work for him. You serve him. You understand? So that's how the issue is about. So, and then we'll go beyond the mother relationship, go to the tribal relationship. So the reason why I call Pewee my uncle, because my mother is Loma and my father is Bandi. So all male Lomas are my uncles. So where your father come from, like your past generation, that you can call them uncle. You call them father or brothers and sisters. Where your mother come from, you call them uncles. All the male from there, you call them uncles, and all the women from there, you call them my mother. So I call all of my women my mother. I call all of my men my uncles. Second thing is my mother's taboo, which is the dog taboo, right? Which means where she come from, dog is here in her esteem. They don't kill dog, they don't eat dog, they take care of dog because dog is part of their family. You know what I'm saying? So everywhere I go, and that taboo exists. When I get there, I say, oh, my mother is from this taboo. They will receive me as their nephew and as their son. And they'll be obligated to give me place to sleep, place to find food to eat, and whatever I can do. And myself, in return, will be able to go with them on the farm, work with them and do it for them on the farm as a nephew to them. That's my duty. So that is just a brief history of why, or information about the issue of uncle and nephew when it comes to Lofa County. And I guess, the same thing I see happen in the Southeast, when I'm in the Southeast working in those 5 counties, and the same thing I see happen. The brother to their mother is called uncle. The brother to your father is your father. So that's just what if you don't mind, I can start that far. But it's deeper. As you explain, it keeps expanding. But the general notion is that all male siblings of your mother are your uncles. And the home of your mother is your uncle home. And the taboo of your mother is your uncle taboo. That means they are your uncles too. So when I'm in Fonjama, in Sosa and Fonjama, all of us there are my uncles. Once I come on knee, I tell them my father, where I come from, when we say that you're our nephew. So when I'm speaking to them, I'll take off my shoes and walk up my bare feet. Because nephew cannot be on with shoes on his feet to speak to his uncle. So I remove my shoe and stand. Instead they say, oh, we forgive you, wear your shoes. Because of some other reason they want to do that. But that is it.
So in your tradition, if you married and the person died, can a brother marry the person's wife?
Yeah, that has been a traditional practice for many years past. And you know, and the rationale, the logic of that is this. So Tomalin and myself, we are brothers from the same father, from the same quarter. He married and I married, right? And my children and Tomalin's children do not call each other, they are not cousins.
Oh.
They are brothers and sisters.
Okay.
No, they are not cousins. We don't have cousins in tradition I know from Lofa. We got brothers and sisters. So Tomalin and myself, we are from the same father. So we are the same genetic makeup. So when all Tomalin children are born, they call me father. My children are same from they are born and being raised in the family. They call Tomalin their father. Your children call me their father. They don't call me uncle. And my children don't call you uncle. So they grow up knowing me as their father. My children grow up know you as your father.
So if I die, you marry my woman.
In the event where you die, then your wife, then the widow now becomes my wife. In the sense that when she comes to me, The children already grow up and knowing that I'm their father. And I already know that I already have that obligation on me, that my brother's children are my children. So I don't see them as different children. Because my brother gene is in those children. My gene, because me and my brother got the same gene. So our gene is in the both of our children. So there's no way I should see them as a different sort of family from me. So my brother's children are my children. You understand what I'm saying? So my brother dies. I can take his wife, and the wife get married to me. I marry her in. She comes in the home because then the family still remain as one family. So now, so the rationale behind this that some people may agree or disagree is that if the woman leaves and go to another man, she's taking our children away to go to another family, another man. We don't know how the other man will treat our children in the sense of they calling him the first thing now, the white people, the Westerners now, or the whatever we can say, we call them stepchildren. In our context, we don't have stepchildren. We don't have that at all. You see? So we intend to do that so we can keep the family together and the children grow up together. So, for example, I grew up in my grandparents' quarter in Fonjima. My grandmother was first married to my grandfather's brother.
Wow.
When he died, that's how my grandmother got married to my namesake and Johnny Quigley.
Ah.
You understand that? Very good. So, and the family is one. And the funny thing is that my grandmother's first child did not survive. So the second child now is my mother that survived. You understand what I'm saying? That's what happened. But then in today's contemporary years now, I don't see it happening so much again because everybody getting Western education, Western civilization, gradually taking over places. So people are not taking, supposed to say, oh, it's my choice to decide to be married to the man or not be married to the man. But in some remote communities still, like some real close communities, it may be happening there, which I know it will happen because in the sense that we are saying that context our cultural environment, and we all understand and know it. We do it, and they go ahead.
So Johnny.
It's not the widespread like before.
So Johnny, if the man still living, but the man's sick, he's still living. You can't do nothing that you take you have that before or you start loving to the man more.
You see, this is where this is why again the value of culture or going to the Sunday opera comes in. Right? So there are certain things you are taught that not everything that being in the public, but it may be happening, right? So say for example, the man knows he's impotent. He cannot function, right?
Yeah.
So like the old man in Myean told me the man pantry down. You know that story how to tell me they say pantry down, the man pantry down. Okay. Or they say the pantry can bear fruit.
Oh, so in other words, because some people when they get married and then they want to embarrass the family, so the brother will be having children by the woman and say that the men, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. I see.
But those are not things that
you talk public.
Saying like in the public, like it's understood. It's understood by people there. And that's why I'm saying this is where the value of the parents started coming because these things are things that you are educated about how to behave in society. But not everything will be in the public there, blah 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 blah. No.
See, several yelling out, right? There's some things that they say, oh, that they person they can't talk all. Yeah.
So the thing is, me and Tomalin, we are the same brother from the same father. My wife, I get impotent, I can't function. And if the woman happen to leave me because I'm not there, I'm living. I'm helping, I'm working, I'm doing well, I'm making fun, producing things, right? Working on the farm, doing the best I can do. But I cannot serve her in bed sexually, for example. But I know that. My wife knows that. Strategic elders knows that. Listen again, I'm making emphasis.
Yeah.
Strategic elders, the custodians and control mechanism for society to keep society stable.
Yes.
So that nothing breaks or spoil the social cohesion. So the news will be discussed in a certain environment. Sometimes the man himself will say, look, I know I cannot serve the purpose, but you'll be still my brother. The man will tell the woman. Because I know that I don't want my woman to go outside and say the man is impotent. That one going outside for today. Some of our young women, but then the men that's one issue and blah 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 blah. Those are all issues because if you are very experienced being to the Sunday and be trained by the women about how to respond to issues of such, you will maintain You control your mouth.
Nah, I see what you see. The important is the process that important. Teach the politician. Keep the mouth shut.
Control your mouth, and you will know when to act and where to act. That's what I'm saying.
Nah,
so it will go on, and it will behind the scene, work up, everything will work up, and it will be normal, and you nobody will have any issue. The more will get pregnant, she will give birth, and the child she will give birth to will be the family child. I mean, it will be the child of the brother. You know, the actual husband that his son, even though he knows in his mind that he's not the one that pregnant the woman, but he knows that his brother pregnant the woman, and once he knows that, he has no issue because probably he get to go ahead. Sometimes if he can't get to go ahead, and the more she will go to the women's house. Now, the women have a unique place in every society that nobody in Lofa. After Lofa issue, now she'll go to the women's house. The women's zone, what the women are. To go discuss her issue that she has. Because there she knows she's protected, and commerciality is a priority there. It will not go to anybody here, nobody else will hear it besides those that she will go consult with. She consult with them, say, this is what I'm facing with my husband. They'll say, no problem, we'll handle it. They will discuss among themselves, and then find where to call the husband's other father or some other person. And they will go into it and discuss it because they don't want again the social value to be trapped or they don't want all around with the man because her man can't function. No. That's how they will do all those things, and we end up with one of his brothers to be the one that will be having the woman in bed. You understand what I'm saying? And watch it. If the brother has 2-3 wives, they will ensure that the 2-3 wives too will be invited to the women's house to inform them about what is happening and what will be happening. And if it gets out, they are held liable.
So if they get 3 wives, and the 3 wives will go to the brother. The brother will be there for the 3 wives.
Of course.
Wow.
Where they will go? And for the family. Where they go in? And but all the things will be done on a discreet way with some level of privacy protection and all kind of things. And will be go, and nobody out in the public will know what happening. It will be happening. The more get pregnant, she will get breath. Nobody will know that man is important. I said he will go to the say the thing in again get on. You know. You know. So I want to Roger some years back. Those with me were there. We discussed the same issue came back. One woman was in the session to me. No man was in the session. I was getting very hot because she couldn't talk like she was sleeping. No, that woman is paying attention. So and young people are talking about, if I'm married man, the man pantry, the man can't do something. I did man with someone else. Woman raise her hand. You know, in the global language, I'm coming there. You know, in the group, I'm coming there. Which make catfish. So the woman said, I said, yeah. She said, I want to say something. I said, oh my God, get a woman chance. She said, what you're catching hard time in the country now, you're young people. But not everything will be in the public. If your husband pantry die, it can't stand up. Now you will know, that you know that your husband know. All you gotta do is you're discussing, your husband got better, that's strong. That you won't stay strong here. That your husband brother you'll be, you will be, and you're ready to be on. But that one can't be done in public. But you want to think about today, young people there, everything you talk, blah, 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 you're on radio, you're talking all around, talking on dinner. He said, Omar said, you don't know what can happen, you know how someone was born. You know how someone was born in the village, you don't know what happened to you. You don't know how that came together. You don't know how someone was born and man came on area. But you can't count us out. That Omar said, darkness is good more than light. Yeah, that.
Yeah, in the interior, let it happen in the interior. Let it happen in the interior there.
The woman said darkness is good more than light. So my daddy, woman said darkness can control, the light can expose.
Wow.
Is that logic to me? In the women's center. You know, but anyway, we're going to stay strong to make sure that our cultural values are protected. And whatever is now, whatever we think.
Johnny King strong when it comes to the defend culture. He play. Johnny defend it. He let it go.
No, but the issue is, and the kind of matter, if we have been like 2 persons discussing this, right? But the whole people leave it crowded, so I couldn't provide some information that would make some sense to everybody because that's why I was being kind of like.
No, but you said something tonight. I mean, make a lot of sense. I understand now. At least I understand it one now. Yeah. So I understand.
It's a lot more to it. Even up to this time, I'm still learning some things that I should know.
But in the Lofa transition, they happen.
No, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm telling you about in Fishtown, when we had the program, telling me about how, in Fishtown. The thing is that, my brother, I went to a place called Nyenwolo, the home of the late Nagbe. I walked 4 hours from Peabody to Nyenwolo from the east side to go to Sano, in Samuel County. You know, and this is where when we got down by the car, the photo, we are walking. Don't be afraid. You will see the gorillas or baboon, whatever, right? When you see the group, you just started with pass. They will not battle you. I was okay. And we're going back to do that. Doing the Ebola, we're carrying awareness messages there and all that thing. So we're 3 walking, so we had a distance from each other walking in the forest. In the road was spoiled. We couldn't go with the car. All the bridges on our road were broken. So when we walked a little bit, I think we were going like an hour or more. Then we made a heavy sound of movement in the forest. So we stopped. Carefully, I tell you, we saw the first, I think one was a gorilla baboon, I don't know what it is. It came on the road and stood and looked left and right. And crossed. The second 2 came. So we just stopped now. They came crossing, waiting for some time. Nobody air crossed. We continue going until we enter in Nyenwolo. Now, we enter Nyenwolo. They were about to perform some male traditional ritual in Nyenwolo. But the 2 guys with me, they have eyes to see. But I saw signs and symbols in Nyenwolo that told me that something is about to happen. So the 2 guys that with me, I told them, let's walk fast, y'all walk fast, let's go quick to the town. And y'all walk quick, let's go. I said, they want to argue. I said, no, don't argue, let's walk quick, keep going. Don't look behind, keep going. So we all left quickly, we went and crossed to the town and went to where they got the health post, they got the community health post there.
Yeah.
We went there. It didn't take long. The town was quiet. Everybody ran indoor. So when they did everything, then a group of men came to where we were, to the health post. So they said they cannot ask who the team leader. So they could have called me. I thought, I was tired, my man, from walking that distance. Very tired. And then when we got there, luckily for us, the guy in the hospital had some food out there that we ate. So I was resting on the floor, on the concrete floor, lying down flat. They came and said, oh, we are team leader. They said, oh, that one guy called Johnny. So they called me and went. They said, you team leader? I said, yes. They said, you came to put it down? I said, yes. They said, we want to talk with you. I said, okay. They carried me on the side. So the other old man gave me a handshake. I was afraid because I'm not too fluent to defend everything. So I was afraid to respond before I made a mistake and the whole meeting condemned me. Now, wait in that jungle there. But however, I gave him respond. It's okay. He said, where you from? I said, I'm from Lofa. He said, oh, we understand. We know why you understand us. So he said, well, let's go. They said they want to see you. So I walked with them, went by in the town. We went in that person and they said, man, you did well. You got good eyes. You can see, because we know we're spending strangers in town. But whenever people come in, here, we know our thing, they can do something. So I said, well, anyway, I saw the sign and symbol, and whatever I saw, look exactly like what I know in Lofa. So that's why I told my friend we should go. They said, but then they said, we'll do it too. And that's way there in Sano County, in Kehleboe. They call it Nyenwolo, that the home of the late Nagbe.
Oh.
You understand? So we spent the night. In the evening, the following day, we went to go fishing. And the thing where our people are doing when the women come from fishing, the way they can position a fishing net. I'm sitting up on the porch watching. We came from water, they stop at the edge of the town. They do all their things. And the only difference is that for us, we have fishing net that we use with a palm leaf thread. For them, there's a rope in the bush you can use for ratting. The ratting we can use. They pull it outside, they peel it, and bait it with basket to go fishing with it. So our fishing net is different from the fishing net they use in that part of Sando County in that region. And that's why I saw that we need to have traditional technology exchange, right? So we in Lofa, we put a palm branch down, the palm branch, we weed it, we get to there from it, we dry it, our mothers plant it with to there, and the so fishing net. What I saw happen in that part of Sando County, they use the ratting in the rope to plant their own net as fishing net, their basket. But they probably in the form of a boat, like in the form of a boat, or like small. They use to go fishing, and that's a whole on it that water will drain through, and then we'll catch the fish. That's what they do. And even by going beyond that, in Grand Crew, I want to farm. I want to see the chief zoo for Grand Crew. I went to him. I want to visit with him and to talk to him about what's happening in the region with regards to human rights and traditional practices with absolute justice. And when I went to say, you on the farm, I said, I want to see him. So we got to the farm. I met him on the farm. I said, "What the farm?" I have a farm. He said, "Yeah." In my view, the farm was small. Because I know from Lopa for oil Lopa, we make farm. We want to plant like maybe 15, 20 tin of rice on the farm. But then the farm people made there is small, but it can get high yield. The secret for the people in the southeast of the one I saw in Grand Crew, they can hide the rice from the price. So for oil Lopa, we can broadcast the rice to scratch the farm. But in Grand Crew, they don't broadcast. They got a small little hook, and the rice grain is in a home. So the small hole is what they get. The small hole, grab 1 or 2 rice grain now to cover it. But not the rats will not see it or eat it. It will sit there until germinate start growing. All for us in Lofa and Bonka and other places, we hold the rice down and the seed rice. We broadcast it all on the land, and then we go and scratch. So in that process,
Johnny,
the rice grain.
I come in here, eh? Johnny, I got
Yeah,
around, Johnny.
yeah, but before I go, right, Johnny, I remember, I think it was years ago, I went with the better people to a place called Myean District. Myean District, so in Bonga, they went there. When we got there, one look, all the young picking away out there, they say, "Oh," they say, "I'm going inside because they will come here. I shouldn't be outside." I said, "What's the?" I'm first thing they put me inside. And the beginning, they put me inside and they said they were passing. I'm gonna get from there. I said, "We're gonna grab this." But anyway, Johnny, let me go.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, nice talking to you, man. Nice having a day. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, people, see you, yeah.